marketing skills. Learn how to use the internet to sell. And one of the principles I teach here is your perceived value plus your actual value equals to consistent cash flow. Perceived value plus actual value equals to what? Consistent cash flow. So you have to understand that many of you don't have problem with actual value. Remember, you are not the developer. The developer, if you are dealing with a credible one, has provided the what? The actual value. Does this make sense at all? So what are you working on? Perceived value. If you want to sell a property of 10 million, you have to look 10 million. Does that make sense at all? You have to speak 10 million. You have to carry yourself like you have that. You have to understand that. This is one of the reasons why Grant Cardone is very loud. He said, since he got his private jet, by the way, I'm getting mine very soon. And I'm not apologetic about it. Okay? Okay? He said, since he got his private jet, it was a game changer. It was a game changer. Because the customer wants to be convinced their money is safe in your hands. How many of you have watched my investment chart in a Rolls Royce? Right? Since I started that show, it was a game changer. Right? Some people, that's when they became comfortable that, okay. And those who know me know that I'm too simple. I'm not the, want to show. But that's what the business requires. So I'm learning from my friend. Are we together now? So understand perceived value. Dress the part, look the part, talk the part, understand the international market, the international dimension. Let me tell you this, an average customer, I say this to those who work with us at Gtex, you'll be glad to know we have over 300 staff that work with us and over 60 administrative staff. Clap now, easy. With more than 10 in Dubai, and we pay in Dubai currency, not Naira. Clap, bros, clap. Clap. One of the things I always say to them is this. An average customer of Gtex is older than you, probably more educated than you, more experienced than you, because 98% of our customers are in diaspora. That's why I tell developers in Nigeria, we're not in competition. Right? We're not. Okay? And it's the reason why we're not even doing conferences for investors. We do for brokers. Our customers are not here. Okay? And that's why you see me yab the government often. Right? My money is not in their hands. Okay? They do not control my money. Are we together? But I always say to them, you have to understand that fact. Do you understand the international dimension to real estate? And if you do not think like them, go far. Understand how does property work in Dubai, which is one of the reasons why we have been training many of you to start selling property in Dubai. How many of you have started selling Gtex property in Dubai? What are you waiting for? Okay. So the good news is Gtex is able to give you properties to sell in Dubai. Properties to sell in the US, that's coming up in the next few months. We'll list the US property on the app, and then the UK properties also before December. Okay? But one of the important things is that you need to understand those markets, even if your primary goal is to sell the properties here in Nigeria. Does this make sense at all? E.g., sometimes customer will tell me, Dr. Steven, but your property is too expensive. You say I should come and pay 68 million for 5-bedroom in Ibejuleki. I'm in Texas. It's cheaper than that. I'll say, how? Right? In some neighborhood in Houston or in Dallas, okay, 3-bedroom, 4-bedroom goes for as high as 200,000, 250,000. Convert that to Naira. That's how much? That's over 100 million Naira, isn't it? So what is different is that you are not just paying that $250,000 in bulk. You are paying maybe 20,000 or 30,000. Does that make sense at all? But it's not as if Nigerian property is more expensive. But again, if you don't know those aspects of this conversation, you cannot make a sound argument to still convince them to say this works. Another thing you need to understand is that the return on investment in Dubai is probably, between 4% to 7%, right? Rental income in Dubai. In Nigeria, right, is higher than that. Okay? Land banking. In fact, some land banking you do in Nigeria, you get 100% in 18 months. Do you agree? So, understanding that dimension helps you to be able to negotiate. But again, you have to be deep in your sector. One of the things I'm tired of is quack realtors. Can you say quack realtors? Ask your neighbor, I hope you are not a quack realtor. Know your game. Know your stuff. Know your industry. Let it not always be about the money, about the commission. I've met several customers who say, Dr. Steve, you know why I want to buy directly from you? I know you are the developer. You've put your money into this business. You've put your money. I can trust you. All these agents, they've not invested anything. All they're after is commission. And they will not let us rest. So that leads me to number 3. Invest in the property you are selling. Even if you are paying installment, even if all you have done is 10%, show them the receipt. Tell them, I'm not selling to you what I've not put my money into. And this is why I'm saying again, only sell what you can buy. Can you tell your neighbor, only sell what you can buy? Look at another neighbor, say, neighbor, only sell what you can buy. It's important. So you put in your money so that you can show them and say, see, I have invested. See my receipt. This is real. Right? I know what I'm talking about. This business is real. And that's why you need to also work on yourself to overcome this cheap, the way sometimes the Nigerian system works, quantity equals, fair price in our mind. But that's not how it works. I remember meeting a bank MD one day. I showed him our brochure. Right? And he looked at our brochure and saw our 1 bedroom, then 17 million. And he said, is there a 17 million naira property in Nigeria? So we now have to be explaining. And this is one of the reasons, let me tell you the truth. And you can call this number 4. Your marketing starts when you are face to face with people who can afford what you are selling. Can everybody repeat that again? Your marketing starts when you are face to face with people who can afford. Stop wasting your time with people who can afford. One of our management consultants was sharing with me, he said, do you know, some of my friends always ask me, is that Steve Akintayo real? He's selling land of 7 million, 8 million. How? Are you sure that guy is real? Because the guy is in Banana Island. He just bought his own house in Banana Island for 1.4 billion. And then me, I'm telling them they can buy one place in Lekki for 10 million. It's like, are you sure? Right? That guy. That's when I knew I needed to step up my game. Tell your neighbor, step up your game. Are we together now? Step up your what? Your game. It's too crowded at the bottom. All this we must be dragging, cheap. Is too crowded. Now, for us at Gtex, one of the things we're doing is to build green and smart homes. Nobody's doing it. Some people are doing green, some are doing smart. We're the first to combine both. And by the year 2035, we'll have built 25,000 housing units. We're going to be demonstrating. You can clap. One of the green aspects, we brought this so that we can demonstrate how the smart aspect of it will look like. Okay, I'm not sure the green aspect is here. But you should know that is not cheap. That is not what? That's not cheap. That's not cheap. So it's important to start looking for who can afford. So I want to give you an advice. How do I get customers? When I do my Facebook advert or Instagram advert, this is what I do. I do not target Nigeria. I target UK, US, Australia, Dubai, Wales. Somebody help me. Germany. Yeah, you are. What other city? Canada. Okay? Now, when I get to the interest part, I leave it empty. I don't pick interest. Because if I pick real estate interest in the interest part, you know what will happen? It will be showing my advert to white people who are not interested in buying my Nigerian. So what I then put on in the interest is Nigerian Naira, Muhammadu Buhari, what else? Yoruba, Igbo, Hausa, give me names, Whiskey, Davido, right? What will happen? My adverts will serve Nigerians in those places who are already connecting to those interests. Are you learning something? Come on, I thought you would clap. This is one big secret. Okay? So naturally, the leads that start coming are quality leads. Are people who have stable income. They are earning FX. Are we together now? They can afford. They have stable income. So if you are giving them a 1 million every month program, they will keep to it. Are you learning something at all? So master the digital marketing aspect of this business, and please go to the top. Get people who can afford it. Get people who can afford it. Number what? Number 5. Have integrity. Oh, you are back to my slide now. You see why you must be prepared. I've done more than half of my time. No slide. Okay? So, it is well. When you are planning events like this, something will always go wrong. You better be prepared. Okay? So, number what? Number 5. So what you do for my slide, I think I've done most of it. Just scroll. Just scroll. Okay? Yeah, this is one of my role model, Damon John, fantastic guy. Okay, you can stop here. Just stop here. So, but let me go ahead. So, number 5, and this is very important, have integrity. Have what? Please, you need to know a good name is better than silver and gold. Have integrity. I was sharing with somebody, I said, once did an investment, about 3 people subscribed to that investment. And it was, their money was part of the 120 million I lost in real estate. Totally gone. I remember calling them and saying, I've lost your money. It's gone. But I promise you I'll pay you back with the interest we agreed. When you see me bold out there, it's because there is no man's money I've cornered. Not one. Not one. And they all got paid. All of them. Some of them, I had to pay them from my own personal coaching program and all of that, but they were all paid. With the interest I promised them. Have integrity. Have integrity. Have integrity. Because a good name is better than what? Silver and gold. A good name is better. A good name is better. A good name is better. Have integrity. You do not need to condemn another real estate company to sell your own, sir. You don't need to. You don't need to. You don't need to lie on other real estate company just because you want to sell your own. There is no traffic in the air. It's only at the ground. Can I say that again? There's no traffic in the air. It's only at the bottom. So why not fly? You do not need to lie to sell. You don't need to lie to sell. You don't need to lie. You really don't. If you don't have that property, let them know. Sometimes customers will reach out to me, Dr. Stephen, all I have is 500,000 to buy property. And I'll say, I'm so sorry, we don't have that kind of property. We don't. You can go online and check, there are people who do, but we do not. But I appreciate you. Thank you for reaching out. God bless you. You move on. It's not by force. You must be greedy to now go and look for another property that you don't understand, and you must give to them. If you even know somebody who sells such, link both of them and let them know. Are we together now? Let them know that what? It don't be me they sell them. I'm not even their agent. But I know somebody that sells such. The two of you can discuss. If he was able to buy, they can send you a commission. Maybe you share 50-50. But you do not need to. Okay, number 6, you can't sell for all developers. Have 2 or 3. Be loyal to them and stick to that. They ask you, have other people who sell for others that you can be linking. Right? But be faithful. If you are not faithful in that which is another man, who will give you your own? One of the biggest calamity I've seen in this industry is lack of faithfulness. You know, and we need to work on that. A company you have collected 10% commission, you are the first, okay, to start condemning that company. Isn't that showing that something is wrong with you? Some of us earn salary in a company, and you are the first to be saying evil of that company. I have said this over and over again. If you believe anyone who said evil about a company that pays him or her salary, you yourself have problem. You yourself have problem. Something is wrong with you that believe that story. Because you are paid. Are we together now? You are paid. You are paid. We need to begin to bring back the culture of faithfulness in this part of the world. We need to. I've met people who will tell me, oh, Dr. Stephen, you know, I learned real estate through you. The question is, are you selling my own property? Am I a fool to have invested my money to train you? I've spent 100 million now to do this event. Many of you will leave here richer, and yet you think you should go and sell for somebody else? Be loyal, be faithful. Be faithful. It's the same thing people like Dr. Olumide Manuel preach in church. Pay your tithe in the place where you are nourished. Abi? Pay your... My friend, Pastor Nee here, I struggle to know which one to call his name. Right? Okay. One day said to me, I will no longer come and train your people again. I said, why? So I'm training them because you are my friend. I don't collect money. Then they will not leave Gtex and go elsewhere. It's not right. It's not right. Those people they are going to sell for, why didn't those people train them? Why didn't those people too could train now? They could invest. Be faithful where you are. Because sometimes it's you not being focused. You've told them to buy this one, buy that one. You've confused all your customers. Are we together now? And then now they are struggling to even know which one to do. Focus on one. Focus on one. Focus on 2. I tell people minimum 3 real estate companies. That's all. 3. Right? But now if you no longer are comfortable selling for one, leave them, pick another. But do not confuse your customer. Are we together now? And if you meet a real estate company that is training you, investing in you, be loyal to them. This money, Oga, we go make them. We go make them. What's just important is when you make the money, how, where will you be? I sleep like a baby every night, and I say this everywhere. I sleep like a baby. Right? When I close my eye, I open up. I don't have nightmares. Because I got here clean and clear. And you can do the same. It's called clear conscience. Can you say clear conscience? Come on, shout clear conscience. It's important. Because that is what it means that the blessing of the Lord maketh rich and add no sorrow. That's if you do it what? You do it well. Does this make sense at all? How many of you will do it clean and clear? Huh? Clean and clear. Can you shout clean and clear? Shout it louder. Clean and clear. Shout it louder. Clean and clear. That your conscience is clear that I did this well. That I'm faithful. That I did it the proper way. So one of the things I want to share with you guys, I'm going to give you some testimonies. I run 7 coaching programs. Forex trading, cryptocurrency, real estate. We've added now 2 real estate programs. One is for brokers, and our partner with Poise Finishing School. I think the MD will be here, you know, if she's not here, and the team. And Xavier MD also will be here. So they are helping me to do the packaging, lifestyle, you know, part of it. Why me? I teach you the raw. Can you say raw? okay, of how to become a property broker, right? Why they teach you the other aspect of it, which is, more administrative and all of that. And perceived value we talked to you about. I also have another for developers, okay, property developers. You already have grown in the industry and you think you can become a developer now. Are we together now? 2 things you need to become a developer. Number 1 is called social capital. Can everybody shout social capital? Come on, shout social capital. You actually don't need money. You need social capital. Right? You must grow your brand to a level today with all sense of humility. All sense of humility. If I want to raise 100 million in 2 days, I do it. And it's not like I have done it. Right? Because the social capital is there. In fact, somebody was discussing with my team, investing 200 million in our company. And I had to ask them, I said, so what did he ask for? He said, just ask for the projection, profit margin for your housing. I said, that's all. He said, even me, I'm afraid of the name I've built. Because if I give you 200 million, you must show me your grandparents' home. I want to see it. Okay, who are you? Okay, who is your uncle? Who is your mother? Your great-grandparent? I want to see, where are you from? Where were you born? But you see what we are talking about, social. Now you see why it was good to have paid back those people. How much did they all invest? Combined? 10 million. All of them. But that name is speaking. You don't know who I told that person. I said, that guy, he will pay your money. Don't worry. Stephen, he will pay you. You can trust him. Social capital is the number 1 thing you need if you want to become a successful property what? Broker. Number 2, what do you need? If you are not property developer, not broker now. Number 2, what do you need? A mentor. Can you shout a mentor? Come on, shout a mentor. Shout again, a mentor. I can't hear you louder. A mentor. I was with Dr. Olumide Emmanuel at the airport the other day. That's why I brought him up. For 10 minutes, when the man pieces this sector, I said, Child! I said, have you written a book? Your eye don't see. You are real estate personified. Can you help me clap for him, please? Because people like him paved the way, right? There were things that they've been through, right, that helped us that came later. Even though I just recently got close to him. But I used to see him there. One day, maybe this is my first time telling him, I was in Transcorp Hilton, and they were sharing this flyer. It was even for past. By the way, if you notice, there are few people who are here. He's the only Nigerian speaker, except for Dr. Opeth, others are panelists. Right? Because I don't like all these motivational jargons. Right? You must have the substance. It's not, everybody can put, perceive to perspire to aspire to desire, to aspire to conquer. I mean, there was a time they hosted Dr. Maduka, in Covenant. In fact, the man started, I said, you'll be seeing grammatical error in my speech, but focus on the... And did you notice everybody was shaking their Pastor Matthew, deep. Like elder, all of them, It's not by grammar. It's about the substance. It's about the what? The substance. You have the substance you want to hear. That's why he's here. 10 minutes. I said, child, this is a book. This is a book. Right? I was in Transcorp Hilton, and I saw this flyer. Pastors, had to come for one training like that, free. This is like 6 years, 7 years ago. I said, this is a crazy man. I could understand because I understand the cost of those venues. Right? In fact, as at that time, we had asked price for Transcorp. We went to do our own training, one Oxmom Hotel. You know it. So, one person doing training free and hosting everybody. So, clap for him one more time. That's the kind of heart that he has and that made me say, no, it's people like this that we need to talk to you guys because they will give you the depth. Are we together now? So this is a program. By the way, my training costs $10,000. One of the things is that I am not cheap. Can you tell your neighbor, I am not cheap? So the cost of charging each of you for this event is $2,000. And rather than charge for me, it's better to make it free. Right? Some of our speakers charge over $50,000 to come. Right? You know, and it's not even the money. These are not people that come just because of money. Even the $50,000 is probably favor that they did because, okay, so I'm not cheap. And this is not for everybody. What I have done, I've put over 1,500 videos on YouTube. Can you shout 1,500 videos on YouTube? Free of charge. You don't need to pay for it. It's there. Go and watch them if you can't afford the training. Does that make sense at all? But if you can afford this, this is what I have for you today. So you can either choose for the brokerage one. We're going to be doing this in 2 weeks' time in our Banana Island office. Come on. So you are the first to open chassis. You are the clap very well. These people don't know. Bros, I said Banana Island. It's not. I didn't say Ajegula Island. Okay, so you'll be the first set of people to be trained in that place, right? First, it's a whole full week training, and it's virtual and online. It's a hybrid. By the way, are you glad to know we have 10,000 people watching this event live, online? Okay? About 3,000 are watching on Zoom, and we have over 6,000 watching on Facebook, right? And we're streaming across different platforms. There are a couple of guys, AY Life, AY Comedian, a couple of other guys who partner with us to stream this and, you know, amplify. Come on, clap now. Yeah. And next year, we're doing this conference for 3 days, no more 1 day. 2nd to 4th of May 2022. And guess what? We're inviting Guinness Book of Record. It's going to be the largest property event in the world. 50,000 people. We're hosting 5,000 physically. By the way, you are glad to know we have audience watching us live, seated like you are in Dubai for this event. So for next year, what we're doing is we're doing Lagos, we're doing Abuja, we're doing Dubai, we're doing US, we're doing UK. So because of COVID, all our speakers are streaming live. Come on, clap for them in Dubai. You can see some of our participants in Dubai. Oh, God, see the pack. See how well. Can you show our own audience and their own audience? Let me see it again. Okay, so next year, what we want to do is that, because all the speakers are streaming live from their home or office, so next year what will happen is a Grand Cardone will be at a live hall like this in US, streaming to the US audience. I can be here, or Dr. Olimda Emmanuel streaming to doing his own session to Nigeria audience. We have a speaker in UK streaming. Are we together? Of course, it's turn by turn, but each location will have a key speaker who will be speaking from that location. And we're inviting Guinness Book of Record to say, okay, can you check? Are we the largest, property event? So 45,000 online, 5,000 physically, and is now, the name is also changing to Global Property Conference and Award. We're going to be having an exhibition, award, and of course, a conference. I thought you would clap. So note down the dates. 2nd of May to 4th of May is going to be, I'm still going to be here in Landmark Event Center. And the event planner is Sapphire Event. They did this one. And I've agreed that they should do the next one. It's better we grow together. Does that make sense at all? But are you happy that this is happening? Is this the good news Nigeria needs at this point? You watch the TV. Oh, they've killed 20 people. We need some breath of fresh air. We need hope. right? We can do it, right? We can what? Do it. This is possible. Is it? Okay. This is the Mr. Brown that we have all known. How are you, sir? Good to see you. Well done. Welcome. Okay, I was on TVC, and this women talk. They told me to woman too, and I had a great time. Your view. How many of you watch Your View? If you're a man and you raise your hand, something is wrong. You watch too. Okay, you guys have a lot of male audience too. Okay, they're wonderful, amazing people. I had a great time on their show. And I'll be back on Wednesday. This time around, we want to scatter the table. Pray for me. Maybe DSS will come and bundle me from there. Are you blessed? Are you sure? Okay, one more thing. I want to encourage you to sign up for the Akintayo University. So what I've done is to put together this university. And please, can you play the video of the Akintayo University again when I'm done? I'm going to give you 2 minutes from my time so that you just play that. Now, the SA University is a big game changer. Can everybody shout game changer? Come on, shout game changer. So, many of us have been to the university. We have degrees. We have masters. In fact, one of the biggest challenges we have now is everybody has degrees and masters, but we are still broke. We are still poor. You know why? The answer is obvious. How rich is your professor? Right? It was obvious now. You went to school to make money, but your mentor, honorable professor, had to be sending you to his farm. I don't know if you, I don't know whether they still do it, but also, our professors then, they draw, my good mark, but Emma Wasi farm me. Right, so we go to their farm and help them do some farm work. Because professor too, they hustle, get side hustle. So, but we should have known since we're in the university that something is wrong with this narrative that you need to go to the university so that you can make money. It's not working. How do you become rich? It's called apprenticeship. Can you shout apprenticeship? Meet a man or a woman who is doing well financially and go and learn from them. I've told you there are 2 ways. You either pay them or you what? You serve them. Tope Marco Dige is here. She joined us when? Last year, December or November? August. And she's making cool cash. And she's still a presenter. But cool, can you say cool cash? Cool cash. Cool. Say now, cool cash. Cool. Right? Because that's what happens when you go through apprenticeship. Are we together now? And that's why I've been calling on all. I just have my latest book is Billionaire Habits. Who has a copy of it? How many of you have gotten the book? Oh, come on, clap for yourselves. Those of you who have gotten it. I just can't wait to see Dangote's Billionaire Habits. I'm not kidding you. Right? Some of you, the deception is that it's government that help you. Do you know what it takes for government to help you in Nigeria? Do you know where you need to have gotten to? Oh yeah, how has government helped me now? Right? I remember somebody was saying to me, say, if you were to have been an American citizen, you will have been invited to White House. And it's no joke. To say you started your business so small, you are an example. Damian John that you saw earlier, that's how they do. Oh, you started small. You're a role model. We want to beam you. But Nigeria send you. If you even want to go for Buhari dinner, they may say you should pay. That they are the one projecting you. Are we together now? But the reality is that these billionaires, yes, at some point government coming. Right? I remember I was with Femi Falana, and he was saying to me, he said, why haven't all these governors given you land? They don't have capacity to build what you are building. I said, well, sir, let me about one. So, me, I cannot go and be sitting down to meet Mr. Governor. Right? You can talk to them and say, we have some young guys doing real estate. Give them land. They will build it. But me, I'm facing my business. But guess what? They will come. I promise you. But when they come, don't join them to say it was government that made Stephen Akintayo. They had no choice. Me that is helping them. No, I mean it with all sense of humility. Sir, is it correct, sir? It's me. Right? Because if you partner with government, they are giving you land, you bring your investor, you build, they can't do it. If they do it, it will be corruption. It will be who got who did what. So please, let's stop hating successful people. Not everybody took government money. You must have gotten to a level before government now sees you as somebody they need to what? Partner with. But unfortunately, people just take it like, oh, it's government, it's government. No. Dangote once said something during when Yaradua was sick. By the way, I've never met him, so I'm not a spokesperson. Right? He said he told Yaradua that if I'm sick today, Nigeria should be worried. Because do you know how much of Nigeria's economy is tied to that man's business? It's a lot. It's a lot. So this university teach you how to learn well. There are businesses you can start that if you go through that university, you can start on your own. Freelancing, how to become an author. I've written 36 books. My strategy is there. I was in Florida like this when I met a man who was teaching about how to author a book in 7 days. I thought it was a joke. I paid $10,000 for the video. Right? Today, since that time, 2015, and now 36 books. Just by following. You see why I said apprenticeship. Can you shout apprenticeship? It makes the journey shorter. When you meet a real mentor, so 2 things you need to go for. What? Social capital and a mentor. How many of you have been blessed today? I want to thank you for coming, and God bless you real good. And enjoy the rest of the conference. Still coming. We have Dr. Olumide Emmanuel, who is already seated. Still coming. We have Dr. John Maxwell, who is going to be beaming live. Still coming. We have Ryan Sahant. Still coming. We have Grant Cardone is the last speaker. He's going to blow you guys up. Who knows Grant Cardone? Even me, I can't wait for Grant Cardone's. This guy raised almost $1 billion on Facebook. Do you know what it means to do that? Almost $1 billion to grow his real estate company on Facebook. Really great guy, and these guys are taking this to the next level. Lastly, why did we use these guys? We want to open you up to the international dimension. All of you are already registered with us. The good news is that right now, once you join the Gtex consultant program, you have access to sell Nigerian property, Dubai property. Are you glad to know that? On the Nigerian property, you have between 10 to 15% commission. For the international property, you have from 2.5 to 3.5% for the Dubai, because they are houses. Also on our housing scheme in Nigeria, you have between 5 to 8% commission that you earn. And we have intense training for you guys. So it's free to join, but you can upgrade to this GCP Platinum coaching, which is going to be for a week in our new Banana Island office, for a whole week and with you. And it's hybrid. So those of you who are watching us, the 10,000 people watching us online, you can register, go to that link. You'll be able to watch. It's very interactive, and it's going to be a wonderful time. I love you. I want to thank you for coming, and enjoy the rest of today. It's going to be great. God bless you all.
My name is Stephen Akintayo, known as Africa's most sought after investment coach. I started 13 years ago as an entrepreneur, and knowing nothing but having the guts, and of course wanting to be wealthy, as I was born from a poor family. My mother was a civil servant. My father's business had crumbled before I was born. But I knew that we could be wealthy. I knew that poverty was bad and something was wrong with the kind of poverty I've been experiencing over and over again. But something changed my life. At the age of 17, I started reading a book on money. And I got to know that I can be wealthy. It's possible. And the question was, why are all these things not taught in the university? Why is my professor not knowing how to be rich? Why is he not teaching me? And this is why I've decided, having traveled all over the world, having built global businesses, having started with $10 and grew a multi-million-dollar corporation, I started the first Wealth University, where we teach you how to make, manage, and multiply money, understanding the secrets. Some of the courses in the Student Actia University, by the time you're done with it, you can literally start your own business or be able to learn how to invest in a business and make money for yourself. So ladies and gentlemen, I'd like you to sign up today by visiting www.stevenakintayouniversity.com and start your journey to building real wealth and prosperity today. I love you and see you in class.
A round of applause for Dr. Stephen Akintayo. Thank you all so much for coming. I'm Tokwe Mark Odige, and I will be moderating this panel. Let me invite the two other panelists that will be joining us. The goal of this session is for us to discuss the actionable steps. It's enough to come to conferences like this and learn. But more importantly, what are you going to do when you're done? And that's what these two of my mentors, my ogas in the real estate industry. I'll start by inviting, ladies come first. Mrs. Adeyinka Igbinoba. She is dedicated and a focused individual who excels at prioritizing, completing multiple tasks simultaneously. I've seen her at work. She is highly effective at incorporating creative and initiative leadership skills to achieve business objectives. Adeyinka is the MD CEO of AIG Media Pro, which is majorly a media outfit and an arm on equipment rentals. Please a warm round of applause again as we welcome Mrs. Adeyinka Igbinoba. She's loaded. Next, I want to invite the #1 bishop of real estate. Many of you know him already, Adeyemi Adeniyi. Every GCP member knows him because he's our regular teacher.
He's our teacher.
I'll stick to being partial by starting off with, let me not be partial, let me spread the love from the front here. Dr. Stephen gave us a very impactful session, and many of you heard, many of you learned, many of you took notes, but I want to start by asking Dr. Adeyemi, who I know is also into real estate, and I'd like to ask you, what would you say of all that was shared would be the most important, like, top 2 actionable steps that people that are here and those watching virtually can take in the journey of being a realtor, a broker, profitable journey in real estate?
Good morning, everyone, and thanks for having me. The first thing I advise all realtors or intending realtors to do, the actionable plan, is consistency. It's not going to happen in a day, and you might not get results in a day. But when you are consistent about what you are doing, there is always light at the end of the tunnel. And the second actionable plan for me and for realtors is product knowledge. And that's because over the course of my career as a real estate advisor, I realized that majority of realtors just jump on real estate properties or real estate business or real estate industry as a whole, and they tend to sell what they don't know. When you sell what you don't know, you are not going to be selling with confidence. But when you have confidence in what you are selling, the passion with which you would marketing is all about convincing someone that this is the right deal for you, this is the right property, this is the right location. But the confidence with which you would talk to another person on properties that you know is not going to be the same on properties that you don't know. So for me, consistency and product knowledge. Thank you.
Thank you so much. That's so good. Dr. Adeni Adeyemi, I'll just like you to answer that same question, and then I'll come to Dr. Stephen.
Thank you, Mom. I do not take this privilege for granted. Thank you, Dr. Stephen and the entire team. I would answer this way. There is something that makes one to be at the forefront in the property market, and Dr. Stephen shared a number of them. And one of the things I would say people should go with today is, one, the place of investing into what you sell. It's very important. If there is anything I've picked, growing up in the real estate industry in over 13 years, I can say that it has really helped me personally to close on deals that I would have naturally struggled with. As an employee, I've shared this over and over on different platforms. For many of our GCP members, you would know that I've shared with us how, as an employee working under an employer in the real estate industry, I acquired over 6 properties working under him. And it really helped me a great deal to be able to confidently tell prospective buyers of a product that, come and do this because I have done it. I am not telling you what I have not done. Now, somebody is now asking, how do I get that money to actually do this? Knowing fully well that I'm relying on the proceeds I make from what I'm selling. And that exactly is the reason why you need to sell. You have to be on your toes, because to succeed is not an accident. You have to be deliberate at it. I've shared how my salary as a corper in the real estate industry, in the 2000s, was 15,000 naira. And from 15,000 naira, I used my hand to write a direct letter of debit to the account department that please debit me at the end of the month from 15,000 naira salary, take 12,500 from my pay, remaining 2,500. The remaining 2,500, by my faith and as a Christian, I have to pay 1,500 tithes from the 15,000, remaining 1,000 naira. And I was married as a corper. So by force, if I don't sell, I don't eat. So I must sell. So when I catch you, you become a project in my hand. So it's a forceful thing. So it helped me to be able to talk to a lot of people, and they could confidently say, I will buy from you because you own from this. I became a stakeholder moving from an employee. And number 2 is the fact that it's important for us to go with this mindset also, that you need to be faithful. Dr. Stevens spoke on faithfulness. A lot of people, they are jumping from one place to another. One day I was talking to a guy and I told him, what property do you have? And just in few minutes, he had given me over 15 properties from 15 different companies. And I said, the way you spoke, didn't you sound confused to yourself? And I looked at him. I said, even your shoe does not even depict what you are selling. You are confused. You are scattered into so many places. I told him, I said, we were told that as a young boy, when you pee in a place at a spot, it brings out foam. But when you pee everywhere, it doesn't generate effects. You are just everywhere. Nobody's feeling you. Be faithful with a company. So those are the 2 things I want us to go with here. Thank you.
Thank you so much. If you leave Dr. Adeni Adeyemi, he can teach us till 5 o'clock without repeating any principle. Is that loaded? And I have seen Dr. Adeni being very faithful in training all of us at GCP and committing himself to help. So thank you for what you do. I'm a very good student. I'm a proud student. Yes. To you, Dr. Stephen, I want to ask concerning what are the key things you want to see in a broker? Because you have a lot of people that have registered for GCP, and they are hoping to sell. But what are the three things that you see in them that would make you feel like these are the things that will make you sell? And I know that it might seem like you're repeating what you've said earlier, but you know what I wanted us to achieve in the panel session is actionable steps. So the things they can do, the habits they can inculcate, the character traits that if they implement now would help them become more successful as a broker.
Thank you for that. Once again, I want to thank all of you for coming, and God bless you. For me, it would be hunger. Can everybody shout hunger?
Hunger.
You have to be hungry. Your biggest crime in Nigeria is that you are poor. If you steal, you have not committed a crime in this country. Even those defiling people are still being supported by some people in Nigeria. Right? But you are hungry. I mean, you are poor. Nobody sent you. Right? So you have to be hungry for success. You have to be hungry to make it, to have something, to be able to take care of your family. I always tell people, I say, may your mother not die of ovarian cancer, you watching her, and you don't have money to take her for better treatment before you open up. Because it took me that. Right? That wired, unusual level of hunger, that I will no longer have a family member struggle, right? And I don't have money to pay for their health care. It won't happen. I will have enough to be able to take care of that. Okay? So you have to be hungry. That's number one. Why? What's your why? And because your hunger is a function of your what? Your why. So be hungry. Number two, have knowledge about what you're doing. Be knowledgeable. Invest in training. One of the things we've done, because in the next 5 years, we're raising 100,000 brokers like you guys, which is why you're seeing us investing this much, right? But want to, like, okay, Gtex will solve unemployment for 100,000 people in the next 5 years. You know, and that's why we had to get people like, Dr. Nii and Mr. Adeyinka and co. They train every week and helping to sharpen our brokers. But if you are not hungry for that knowledge, then every effort is a waste. So you have to be hungry to learn. You have to go for training. You have to invest in knowledge, understand the sector. Number three is focus. Right? If you're not focused, similar to what Dr. Nii said, if you're not focused, you can't make it. Focus is deadly commitment. Deadly commitment. You have to be obsessed about where you're going. Nothing else matters. You know, sometimes, let me tell you one of the power of real focus. One day a developer built their office along Lekki Epe, and I saw them. I remember I took a picture, and I did a write-up that the success of one developer is my own success. Right? When you are so focused, you don't have a competition. Because ideas that you have, so you are not suffering with low self-esteem that require that you must bring down other people's business to lift your own. No. And so be focused. Why am I doing this? Which one am I doing? Why will I do it? How long will I stay there doing this? And my advice, if you are choosing to become a broker today, give it 4 years before you quit. Because things takes time. Can everybody shout TTT?
TTT.
Things takes time. Right? Anything great will take time. So give it 4 years. I got this in the scriptures. So don't just quit. You start a brokerage business, you didn't make money in 6 months, you say it doesn't work. No. Keep at it. Be focused on that. Not that you are doing brokerage, you are selling Guguru and Epa, you are selling everything. Focus on one thing till you grow big. We were doing bulk SMS for 7 years until 2015 that we did our first over 100 million. We did over almost 200 million in 2015. And it was until 2015 we then moved into real estate and started diversifying. So focus on one area until you grow big. When it's now big, then you can diversify. Because now you have money to employ people, build structures. We have almost 20 consultants in Gtex, right? Over 100 million goes into that for external people to come and help our staff, and make sure we do well and we run things well. So the Grant Cardone, by the one of the reasons why he's here, is one of our consultants. They run trainings for our senior management staff all the way from US, and they run coaching for them to literally drill them. But that's what it takes.
Thank you so much. I thought you were going to clap. I would like to ask another question to the entire panel, and the reason I want to ask this is because one of the things that I have seen work for every one of you is the mentorship. And many times people want mentorship. They actually even reach out for mentorship, but they don't know the appropriate way to go about it. And I'd like you to share your personal journey of mentorship and what you think solidified that mentoring relationship between you and your mentor. Partially, I'll start with Mrs. Adeyika.
Thank you, TMO. We all have individual journeys, and personally for me, it will be shocking and surprising to note that when I actually joined the real estate industry, I had no mentors. You know, my husband brought me into real estate, but because of my hunger and thirst for something that is solid, like I tell people, I advise people not to fear anything, but personally, I fear something. Poverty. If you know what it takes to be poor, trust me, I'm from a poor home. If you know what it takes to be poor, when you wake up in the morning and you don't know what is going to be on the table, the moment you grow out of that phase, you dread going back. So when I joined the real estate industry, I learned on my own. But after a while, though I made some mistakes, like Pastor Nee said, selling everything. And trust me, I made a lot of mistakes. But the moment I realized that this is not the way to go, I decided on my own that, okay, I'm going to streamline to like 5 companies, to like 5 developers that I want to sell for, that I want to partner with, those that I trust. Then I chose mentors amongst those ones. Not while I was coming into the industry. I was already in the industry and I saw what they were doing. And let me tell you the thing about mentorship. You don't just sit at the back of your house or in your car or in your room and say, I want this person to be my mentor. The first thing is you need to understudy and underscore that person. Know the core values, the virtues of whoever your mentor or your mentors are going to be. Because they are going to breathe in a whole lot of things in you. If you have a bad person as your mentor, your ways will go in that line. So you have to decide that, okay, this is me as an individual. I want this person as my mentor. What does this person have that I want to emulate, that I look up to? So for me as an individual, not everybody can be my mentor. And I can't mentor everybody. I must be honest with you. We are all brokers. We are all realtors. And I can say categorically, from my facts, 70% of realtors are lazy. Trust me. We don't read. We don't take our time to read. When things are being posted, things that we are supposed to educate ourselves with, we don't read it. I can't be mentor to such people. That is why for every 20 people that comes to me and say, oh, I want you to be my mentor, it's made up of. Because the people around you will define you. So for me as an individual, I chose mentors in the real estate industry that I've studied over the years. I looked at their success stories and I know what they stand for, and it has really helped me. The same thing while choosing my mentees. I want to know what their aim is. Some of us are in this industry because we need the money. Those are not the kind of mentees that I want. You have to believe in the business. You have to believe in the goal of the business. Have I answered your question?
As in, you nailed it. Please, a round of applause for Mr. Denyika. So as in, when I say you nailed it, it's like you took a sledgehammer and you shattered it. Because I was just having a conversation with the people that left a group, a realtors group that I had. And I asked them, why did you leave the group? And they said, I couldn't keep up. There were too many messages. I said, and I went back to the group to check, what did we send? Audiobooks, book, like a e-book, and text to motivate you. And you could not read it. You could not keep up. And then you are looking for a mentor because you want to succeed. You are not ready. So we are almost out of time. So I'd like you to go straight to the point in terms of how you cemented it. I know your mentor, and I know you have many others, but I understand how, like, I see your humility, Dr. Adenika, and I know that I know this person. This is it. I'd like you to help us underscore how you got that relationship going. And we have very few seconds left because we're keeping to time. But I just want to just drop something in how you got that relationship going.
I will just wrap up by saying that it worked for me to identify somebody who was going the journey that I was also going, and identify with the person. But I must say this, that I prayed before connecting with that person, which may be a missing link in many people's lives. Don't just go and meet someone because of what you heard on the surface, that I want you to be my mentor. There are some people who are good at talking, but they are negative when it comes to action. If you see me, I'm a reflection of the person who trained me in the real estate industry. And honestly, I must say that I have no heart or regrets that God brought him my path. I dropped everything to serve for over 5 years. And I thank God I became a director in the mother company of that organization before I was set loose. When I say set loose, I mean I was like, I signed a bond indirectly. And by the time God said it was time to move, I was sent forth and I was celebrated. So mentorship is something that you need to ask the one who knows the things you can't see before you go after someone. Because there are deeper things we may not see with the naked eyes. Please permit me if I'm going a bit spiritual, but selling is actually spiritual. There's nothing we want to do that you don't need to ask the one who knows the way. So
you nailed it. Please, a round of applause for my panelists. I celebrate you. Please, a round of applause for them as they take their seats. Thank you, Dr. Stephen, for putting this together. Thank you.
Please hold on. Please, I want you to put a round of applause again for them, and they're going to have their photo session. Please, pictures, please, for the panelists. Pictures for the panelists. Please clap. Please put your hands together, because this has been awesome. Secrets have been unveiled to us today. For those of us that goes everywhere, sell everything. Stop selling what? Everything. Be focused. Stop going everywhere. So right about now, after this, we'll be having Dr. Olumide session coming on board. So let us have the video. Thank you.
Still to come at the Global Property Brokers Conference, Olumide Emmanuel.
When what belongs to others come to you, do you let it go to bless them, or do you hold it?
Thank you, I'm grateful.
Because when you hold what belongs to others, what belongs to you will also be holded by others.
I will be asking you.
Dr. John C. Maxwell.
I become changed so that I can be a change agent for other people. You see, you cannot give what you do not have. And so therefore, it's a personal transformation, and that's the gospel.
Dr. Opeth Banwo.
I think the power of prayer is misunderstood by a lot. Prayer is key. You can't even exist in the kingdom without praying. Because your prayer is your communion with your headquarters.
Ryan Serhat.
Now, so many people just don't show up. They don't show up on time. Being on time is another one of the things that you can do that's so easy, that doesn't require any talent. being on time is the number 2 thing that makes me successful when I really, really, really think about it.
And Grant Cardone.
Look, if you're poor, admit it. But damn, I'm poor, and then hate it. Because you shouldn't be.
Olumide Emmanuel is a man of multiple grace whose influence spreads across the religious and secular arena. He is a best-selling author of over 50 books, both from self-published platform and world-renowned publishing houses. Olumide Emmanuel is a lover of God, a solid teacher, preacher, and a man of immense integrity who believes in balance. He is the host of the School of Money, Wisdom for Winning, and Common Sense is Not Common broadcast, with millions of followers apart from many other broadcasts in his Common Sense TV platform. He will be speaking to us on how to create wealth through real estate. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome with you Olumide Emmanuel.
Wow. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, everyone all over the world. Thank you very much. You may please be seated. Let's appreciate Stephen and his team for putting this amazing event together. So I wanted to turn to your neighbor and say, hello, billionaire. Somebody say 1 billion. Say 10 billion. 35 billion. Be calling the billion is free. It doesn't cost you money. Call it so that your mind will start getting used to it. Well, thank you very much for the opportunity, Stephen and your team. It's nice to be here, to be a part of what you guys are doing. I'm excited when I see what young people are doing all over this country. I've been in this now for over 2 decades. And when we started out, it was not as easy. There was no social media to sell the way you guys are doing. We did it raw. And it's been an amazing journey. And one of the things we focused on doing when we came into the industry was to train and train and train and train and train. So I'm happy when I see all the guys we've trained over the years and we've coached and mentored one way or the other doing amazing stuff. It's always a joy. So one thing you will do that will help you, because one of the things I've realized is that sometimes when people don't pay for things, they don't value it, and it takes a lot. You've come here, it's free, but it's not cheap. It costs so much to put this together. So make sure you do everything you can to get the best you can and act upon it. I've got my materials out there, the School of Money book, the Pathway to Wealth book, they're all available. And because today is Labor Day, Workers' Day, one of the things I've done is I've told them to bring a lot of my audio programs. So I think we're going to have about 60 or 70 different audio programs on entrepreneurship and relationship. And I've told them to do it very cheap. So we're giving like 75% discounts. So we just buy it for 500 naira, just like $1. Just want to do $1. So just make sure you visit the stand and take advantage of all that we have. Well, within the brevity of the time that I have to share, we'll probably do more during the our panel session. I want to talk to you on how to create wealth through real estate. How to create wealth through real estate. I want to share 3 things and then we'll sit down for the panel session. Number 1, if you're going to create wealth through real estate, the first thing you need to do is to understand the power of real estate investment. Understand the power of real estate investment. A lot of people do not understand how powerful real estate is. When you understand how powerful real estate is, I will ask myself, why will you not be involved in real estate? So let me see if I can quickly give you maybe like 7 stuff about the real estate business that will help you to understand how powerful it is. Number 1, real estate is a powerful vehicle of wealth creation. If you want to create wealth, one of the vehicles that will help you to be able to create wealth is real estate. Number 2, real estate is not just a powerful vehicle of wealth creation, it is also a powerful vehicle of wealth retention. So it does not just help you to create the wealth, it also helps you to retain the wealth. As a matter of fact, over 98%, and not my word, over 98% of millionaires and billionaires on earth today have their wealth retained in real estate. That's what they use to retain their wealth. So wealth is both asset-based and cash flow. So number one is it's a very powerful vehicle of creating wealth. Many rich and wealthy people on earth became rich and wealthy by applying the principle of investing in real estate. So number one is powerful vehicle of wealth creation. Number two is a powerful vehicle of wealth retention. Number three, that you need to understand about real estate, because once you understand how powerful it is, then it helps you to begin to see how you can navigate your way to become a player in that field. So number three is that real estate, are you ready for this, is a very, very powerful vehicle that does not have incremental value. And I'm about to explain something to you. Now, right now, we have close to 8 billion people on the face of the earth. Now, when the entire world was created, the size of the earth since creation is the same size of the earth thousands of years later. So when this earth was created, there was less than 5 people on earth when the earth was created. As a matter of fact, just 2 people were there. Now the size of the earth when there were 2 people is the same size when there is 8 billion people. So the size of the earth is not going to increase. People will continue to increase. So the value of the earth must continue to increase. You know why? Over 70% of the earth is water. Over 70% of the earth is water. Over 70% of you is water. When you die and all the liquid exits you, all of a sudden you shrink to your 30%. That's the same thing with the earth. That's why you came from the earth. So over 70% of the earth is water, from the Indian Ocean, Atlantic Ocean, Mediterranean Sea. So we have just 30% of the earth landmass that billions of people are struggling to go into. And every time they refill a land in one place, the tsunami will reclaim it back to bring it back to status quo. So real estate is so powerful because no matter what, it will continue to increase in value, because there is no more land that will be created than the one that has already existed before you came. Hello? Number 4, real estate is also so powerful because it is a vehicle of wealth creation that does not require you to do anything. It just continues to increase of its own. So when we talk of land banking, you buy the land, you don't need to do anything. Just buy the land, leave the land there, and before you know it, without you doing anything, the land just continues to appreciate of its own accord. Amazing. Number 5, real estate is so powerful because it gives you the opportunity to buy the future cheap. The future is cheap if you buy it today. And that's what I've said to people over the years. A city today was a village yesterday. A village today will be a city tomorrow. So in real estate, you don't wait to buy land. You buy land and wait. Why? Because it gives you opportunity to buy the future cheap. So when you look all around, oh, I wish I can buy something in Banana Island like Steven. I wish I can buy something in New York. I wish I can buy something in Ikeja or Bagada or South Africa or America. No, you may not be able to buy that now, but where can you buy today? So wherever you can buy today, buy, because that place you are looking at, that they are selling a plot of land for 300 million, there was a time when that 300 million naira land was 3,000 naira. Hello? I think Gtex did something last year about the Volkswagen, when people were buying the Volkswagen in the 70s, in the early 80s, Volkswagen, they were buying it for 5,000, 6,000. I remember in the 80s when my dad went to buy a Spojo 504 saloon in Pan in Katsina. I went with him. He bought the car for 6,700. I was a young boy sitting next to him in front, and we left the place. Tear up at 6,700. And my dad looked at me and said, "Only boy, to buy the joke, you want no aramoto." He looked at me and said, "Only boy, one day you two will be able to buy a brand new car like this." Little did he know that by the time I will become a man, is 6,700 cannot even buy the tire of my car. Hello? So the future is cheap when you buy now, and that's one thing that real estate does for you. Number 6, when you understand this power, you will know if you refuse to go in, it's because you have signed a covenant with poverty. Because I don't know what else you'll be doing. Are you ready for number 6? There is no sector on earth that can exist without real estate. Everybody needs us. Everybody. Name any industry. You want to go into transportation. Are you going to drive in the air? Are you not going to drive on the road? Real estate. Hello? Whether you want to go into airline and you fly, you will still come and park it somewhere. What industry? You want to go into farming? You need us. You want to go into technology? Oh, technology. Where will you put your servers? Where are you going to install all your servers? You want to go into food business? Are you not going to have a place to sell the food? Are you not going to have an outlet? You want to go? So no matter the industry on earth, all of them still needs real estate. So why won't you go into real estate? Do you know that if you stand anywhere on earth today, many of you that think, oh, this place is bush, this one has not developed. No, there are no undeveloped land. There are only undeveloped minds. When you understand that there is nowhere that, because anywhere on earth, stand in the middle of Johannesburg, stand in the middle of New York, stand in the middle of Madrid, stand in the middle of London, anywhere on earth that you consider to be a city. Are you ready for this? If you drive between 30 minutes to 1 hour driving distance from any of these parts, anywhere in the world, those places will become part of the city in a maximum of 10 years. In a maximum of 10 years. No, I don't know how old many of you are, but many of you have forgotten that all these places you are calling island, they were Morocco. This place ended at Mobile. So when you are coming here, when you stop at Mobile, so all those Oriental hotels, they were all forests, all the Morocco forests. But today now, for you to get a plot of land there, is now said this. So please understand all this. And then another thing, which is number 7, then I wrap it up there, is listen to me. When it comes to real estate is your dominion. Whosoever owns the land determines the fate of the land. If you are born in Pakistan, you are most likely a Muslim. If you are born in Afghanistan, you are most likely a Muslim. If you are born in Saudi Arabia, you are most likely a Muslim. Why? Because whosoever owns the land determines the fate of the land. So when we are talking dominion, you need real estate to be able to enter into real dominion. And that's why faith is land. When you were created, the number one real estate on earth is God himself. He's the one that created the earth. So the best investment on earth is to invest in the earth. Why? Because you came from the earth. When he said, I'm going to give you a promised land, I will give you the land of the Hittites, land of the Evites, land of the Gtex. So it's all about land. So if you are here today and you are going to church and screaming and jumping without action, oh, the earth is the Lord and the fullness thereof, a cattle on 1,000 hills belongs to our God. Touch 3 people and say, hey. After all the noise, do you have a plot of land? There are only 3 people we call Lord. Jesus is Lord, the judge is Lord, landlord is Lord. Your grandfather was a tenant, your father was a tenant, now you are a tenant. It's not generational curse, it's a generational choice. So number 1, understand the power of real estate investment. Number 2, choose where you want to play. Choose where you want to play. You can either be a big fish in a small river, or you can be a small fish in a big river. We can't offload that. That's another level. But choose where you want to play. You see, in this real estate stuff, there are 4 ways you can play. Number 1, you can play as a regulator. So you can be a lawyer, you can be government, you can go into the policy and regulatory aspect. That's one area. Number 2, you can play as a developer. You play as a developer where you develop massive projects in whatever area. You can decide to say, okay, I'm going to go into shopping malls, I'm going into hotels, I'm going to go into houses, I'm going to go into shops and stores and strip malls. You can play as a developer. Number 3, you can play as an investor. As an investor, you don't need to do anything. Just let your money do the work. So instead of you working hard for money, your money works hard for you. Why? Because you are what? You are a investor. Now, so as an investor, one of the things we have seen happen now, which is part of the things we started that many people have been able to expand, is the fact that we have opened up opportunities for different people at whatever level to become an investor in real estate. So no matter how much you have, you can be an investor by joining a credible company in crowdfunding. So when you bring your 1 million or your 500 or your 100,000 and she brings out cars. We bring everything together. We are able to do more. So for instance, I wish you can afford to buy a bungalow for 20 million. Okay, you can't afford to buy a bungalow for 20 million because you have 5 million. Why not look for 3 other people that have 5 billion and 4 of you will own the property together? Hello? The first property I bought in the UK, 2003, 2 flat, Woolwich Arsenal. I didn't have documentation to be in the UK. I was just visiting. But I saw how that UK was very small, and many people, apart from the fact that the UK was small, I saw that the environment and the geography was also affecting the mind of many people. So you discover that everything is small. So there's this guy I keep talking to, and he said, you don't understand. I said, but you guys have so much opportunity. Say, you don't understand. There is no money like that. And I said, but you can just buy this property, and then you'll be paying for 25 years. We don't have that opportunity where I came from. He said, hey, where will I see deposit? I said, okay, so if you see deposit, cut a long story short, the deposit was 5,000 pounds. I gave him the 5,000 pounds. I said, so I will bring the first deposit. We'll buy the property. You go ahead and be living there and be paying rent and be paying the mortgage. If I tell you what came out of that, you'll be shocked. So you can be what? An investor. And finally, you can be a realtor. Realtor, broker, agent, nomenclature. The most important thing is you are selling for other people and you are getting commission. And as you are getting commission, you are moving from one level to the other. So when you get enough money as a commission sales agent, you can now decide, okay, I think I now want to be an investor, or I now want to be a developer. Once you understand, number 1, the power of real estate. Number 2, choose where you want to play. Number 3, stay focused and stay consistent. The journey of 1,000 miles begins with a step that is taken. If wishes were horses, beggars will ride. But when you start the journey, you stay focused, you stay consistent, you will get there. It's only a matter of time. I hope with these few points of mine, I've been able to convince you and not confuse you that you can become wealthy through real estate. Thank you.
How many of you were blessed? Shout, I'm blessed. So we appreciate some of our VIP. We're all VIPs. We appreciate they come sit here. There are a lot of people crowding at the back. The place is filled up. We knew this would happen, but we don't have a choice, We hope we will. So some of you want to leave early. If you leave early, we can get some people. So how many want to leave early? So that some people can take your seat, okay? But we can have some people sit here, and then at the back, the VIP place, we can allot it to some other people. Okay. So we're going to do a panel session, a Q&A session, sorry. Our panelists will still come and dissect what he has said. So the concept is that I will interview virtually all the speakers, one-on-one. Then after that, the panelists will come and dissect what those speakers have said and put it in a way that everybody can absorb, okay? So we're here together till 5 p.m. How many of you are ready to go? Till 5 p.m., okay? So our last speaker today is Grant Cardona, and it's going to be great, okay? So thank you so much, Dr. Olumide Manuel, for coming. I really, really want to thank you for this. This is such an honor. My first question is there no real estate without land banking? And what's your take as regards land banking?
Okay, well, like I said, there are different ways you can play in the real estate sector. And when you decide to be an investor, then land banking becomes one of the things you can explore. And that simply means you buy the land, and then you wait for it to appreciate. So like I said, you don't wait to buy land, you buy land and wait. And banking, it's very, very powerful, all things being equal, because I've been involved in that all over the world. So I've got land in America, I have land in South Africa, I have land in Ghana, I have land in London. So I bought land all over the world, apart from houses. So I know that the lands we bought in the US, the lands we bought in the UK, the lands we bought in South Africa, the lands we bought in those 3 countries have never given us any issue. The land we bought in Ghana and some lands we bought in Nigeria, even you have all the documents, one story can come. So all things being equal, the first thing is make sure that the land is genuine. And once you make sure that the land is genuine, study the past to determine the future. You know, when people want to get married, they say, the guy has potential. How do you know a man that has potential? You look at his history. If you look at his history, and in the last 5 to 10 years, there has been no progression, where do you now get the deception that he will grow to something big tomorrow? If he's going to be growing tomorrow, he must have been growing since yesterday till today. So when you look at a land and you realize that, okay, this land, when they bought it 5 years ago, it was X amount. Now it's this. 10 years ago, so you can now see, okay, this, not that you just go and buy one land. Because I've made mistakes, like, you know, we bought a plot of land in UK in 1995. 1999. They were making all this announcement, come and buy land. We didn't have much understanding then. The land we bought in UK, my brother, 1999, till now, the land has not appreciated even by £10. You know why? It's a farmland. And in the UK, when you buy farmland, you can be there for the next 100 years. Nothing will happen until the government decides to say, okay, we are moving this farmland to a developmental land. But we didn't understand. They were just making to buy land in London. I said, oh, I'm in London. We bought. It's still there. It's still there 22 years later. So it's all. So land banking is good, but make sure you do your due diligence, because I see all these people jump into Bejuleki. It's very Akure already. At the end of the day, some of this land may take 20, 30 years to materialize. So you've got to be careful. Even though land banking is good, be careful to be sure that you have studied the history, and then you have been able to investigate to realize that there are a lot of developmental projects that can influence the price rise. Because when there are developmental projects, a land can begin to move. There was a time when we started moving into this area in the late 90s. There was a time, for those that are old enough to remember, there was a time when every week a plot of land in this area was appreciating by 500,000 naira per week. As a matter of fact, Punch did something then in year 99, late 99, and like, is this real? So you can buy a plot of land for 1.5 million, 2 million. Yeah. And in less than 6 months, you are talking 12 million. Wow. It was just like, is it real? But that's what can happen when you plug it. So land banking is something I will advise people to do. All things being equal, all due diligence done.
Fantastic. Come on, can we put our hands together? So one of the many questions people always ask is, but I can't afford it. I can't afford it. I don't have enough. You know, Nigeria economy is not doing well. Please, we have some seats in front. Can we help those at the back? We have some seats in front. So more of the people always ask, I can't afford it, I can't afford it. What do I do today? If some of the lands I'm seeing are the lands I cannot afford, considering my salary, my income.
You cannot afford to buy, but you can afford to sell. That's what realtorship is all about. That's what brokerage is all about. Yeah. You can afford to sell. Now, everybody sitting down here right now, I can see all kinds of phones. Some people have iPhone, all kinds of things here. But listen and listen well. On that, your mobile phone, you have hundreds of phone numbers. Yes. There's what I teach, the principle of 250. The most terrible phone, the Palasa, you know, is you can see the 250 names. Yeah. So that means if you mine that data, there's a gold mine in your data mine. If you mine that data out of those 250 people that you have on your phone, there should be worst case scenario 10%. True. 25 people that you can market to. You spoke about social capital that you can talk to about selling real estate to them, and you get commission. True. So you can't tell me you don't have money. You don't have money, but you have time. You don't have money, but you have life. Time is money. Life is money. So it's your mindset. So you don't need to start by buying. You can start by selling. There are people that are into real estate today. They used to sell for us. True. They started as my staff, as my marketers, and today they run multi-billion companies. But they started by selling somebody else. So if you don't have the money to buy, sell for those that have. You don't need money to sell. You only need to be alive. And you need a drive, a mindset to sell, and then you are good to go. So that's not all this, I don't have money, It's not an excuse. It's just mental laziness.
Wow, that's powerful. So one of the things we often notice is that people start getting commission, 1 million, 2 million. And the first thing is, I want to change my car. I want to buy better clothes, and before you know it, you become like a signage pointing people to a place, but you yourself don't go there. How important is it for brokers as they start earning to invest a substantial amount of what they are earning into owning the property they are selling themselves?
There are three things you can do with money. Number one, you can waste it. Number two, you can spend it. Number three, you can invest it. Foolish people waste money. Average people spend money. Wise people invest money.
Come on.
So when you are a broker and you start making money and you are wasting it, it's because you are a fool. It's just simple. You are a fool. It's foolishness. There's no other way to explain it. It's pure foolishness. Why? Because once your expenditure is greater than your income, your upkeep will become your downfall. You want to buy
please,
iPhone.
I repeat that again.
Once your expenditure is greater than your income, your upkeep will become your downfall. You want to buy iPhone, it's somebody's product. Where is your own product? You want to buy Bone Street, it's your destiny straight. You want to buy bag and shoe to match. Bag and shoe to match. Your destiny is not matching your bank account. I love shoes. And you have only 2 legs. Yet you want to be buying shoes like octopus. If you love shoes, design shoes. If you love shoes, sell shoes. If you love shoes, produce shoes. So you're a fool. The person you are selling for started from somewhere. So once you start making money, start investing in what gave you the money. Real estate was what you sold that gave you the commission. Go start investing in the real estate. And then before you know it, you will begin to tell people your story.
Beautiful, beautiful. Thank you so much, sir.
We're done. Really, time is up.
Session. It's time for the panelists. It's time for the panels.
Okay, please. Guys, can we give a standing ovation for Dr. Olumide Emmanuel? Standing ovation. Thank you. Yes. Standing ovation. We need to take a picture. Please have your seat. Yes. No problem. So Dr. Olumide Emmanuel's books are at the back. I encourage you to buy them. But in fact, the first one I recommend is the School of Money book. Powerful one. If you don't have that book, you've not started. So a lot of the materials are there at the back. Make sure you get one. Like I said, what we've made happen, it cost us over $1 million to make this happen. But you can now invest in yourself by buying those materials, by signing up for those seminars and those programs. And you need to. Okay? It's important that you invest in that. Remember, if you want bone straight, it's your destiny. So these books can help to straighten your destiny. God bless you.
A round of applause for our panelists as they take the stage once again. Obviously, you know there are a whole lot that has been dropped today. Let me give a round of applause as we welcome Mrs. Adeyinka and Dr. Adeniyi Adeyemi. Please, a round of applause as we welcome them. We are going to be doing very fast. We need to uncover, a lot has been shared, and that's the way Dr. Olumide Emmanuel is. Whenever Dr. Olumide Emmanuel speaks, there is a whole lot shared. And now we need to go through it. What are we going to do with what we have learned? How are we going to work on what we have learned? What are the sacrifices you would have to make with what you have learned? I'm going to be starting. I saw everybody was taking notes, even me. All of us were just writing. We went back to school. And I would like to let us personalize this a bit. You mentioned, Mrs. Adeyinka, that your journey into real estate did not start with a mentor, that you started. Can you break down your personalized experience of your real estate journey in a way that people can get takeaways, that they can implement, Because sometimes when we hear the theories, we don't know how to implement it in our lives. So I'd like you to share with us what you did. What was your first deal? How did you get it? And what were the things you learned that people can learn now and implement?
Okay, thank you, Temo. Like I said, my journey into the...
She's a real estate advisor. No, she had done real, but now she's a consultant in real estate. So because, they listed a few things that you can do in real estate, and she picked a side. So I wanted to...
Okay, like I said, my journey into the real estate industry, it was actually my husband that introduced me into the business. And then I was doing 8 to 5, and trust me, I was enjoying my job. I was the head of IT for a company that has 14 branches across West Africa. And being a female in the IT sector is a male-dominated industry. And I'm this kind of person that likes attention. So you can imagine heading 14 branches, and when branches are on hold, till Adeyinka comes. So I was enjoying my job. But then my husband told me, this business, if you do it, you win 10%. And I was looking at him, that was wrong with this one. I was a 6-figure earner. And that was the peak of my career. But one day I got home and I saw 120,000 on the bed. And he told me that he sold and they gave him commission. I was like, what is this one saying? But inside of me, my husband is on the cool side. I am the talkative of the house. And I am a born marketer. I was like, if this man could sell 1 plot, if I join this business, I can sell 20 plots. So I started having interest, but then there comes a time in a man's life where you have to decide, let's take the bold step. I took the bold step, but to answer TMO's question, what helped me the most is that I utilized the digital tools available to everyone. I'm an online person. I spend like 18 to 20 hours a day online. So all these tools, Nigeria Property Center, Facebook, YouTube, Google, Gigi, WhatsApp, I started using it. Then I prioritized what is important to me. And when I say I prioritize what is important to me, if TMO chats me and say, Adeyinka, how are you? I just want to check how you are doing. That message can be on my phone for 2 days, I won't answer, because that how are you will not add money to my bank account. And every time I chat with you, I'm spending money to chat with you because I'm buying data. Something is earning off me. Someone is earning off me. So I need to look at who to chat with to make money. So the first one in the industry and the first deal I brokered was, I think it's 6 plots. And my commission was like 2 million plus. But the moment the commission came, first, I broke it down that all this money is not free. Because I'm going to spend part of the money back into marketing. I'm going to spend back part of the money into appearance. You can't be shabby and you are selling a house of 200 million. You can't be shabby and you are brokering a deal of like 1 billion. There's a house in Banana Island right now that goes for 1.6 billion naira. So imagine you want to sell that kind of property. How do you want to appear? But again, you shouldn't spend more than what you are getting on your appearance, but you must be at least presentable to sell what you want to sell. But the mistakes I made at first was that I followed the crowd. All the realtors are selling for one company, I will rush there. They are selling for the other companies, I will rush there. But as time, moved, I realized that it's not everything I want to sell. It's not every company I want to sell for. So I had to sieve and decided that, okay, I'm going to stay with these companies, and I stood with them. And it's been success story all the way.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much for that. Thank you for sharing. This your clap was very lukewarm. But you see, what you don't understand, let me just quickly crystallize what she said. Many of the things she said in the first session and right now are very practical, actionable things that you can do. Your WhatsApp story says a lot about you. If I go through your WhatsApp story and you claim to be a realtor, but at every time you're not talking about investment or land banking or why you should buy, you're not ready. She also mentioned the time she's spending online. This is very essential. Many of us spend time online, but what are we doing when we are online? It counts. hello, hi, how are you? I just want to check on you. Did you sleep well? They are on my phone right now. I don't have time. I will not reply you. And I think that we all need to get into that space so that your mind is focused on what you want to achieve. Sir, there is something that Dr. Olumide Madwell shared that I know you've shared it too as something you did about buying. While you were seemingly new in the industry, you were acquiring land. You did not let budget hold you back. You were buying when it was small, you bought as it got bigger. Can you tell us, one, how much was the smallest value of land you bought, and how can people get into purchasing even as they are still trying to earn?
Thank you, ma'am. I will practically say that, Dr. Olumide Manuel said a lot, and part of what he said is the fact that it's important for you to know that there are real estate is about you buying and sleeping. It does not require you to do anything. So I will have this, that buying real estate is a deliberate effort. You have to be very deliberate about it, because I told myself, and I said, even while I was an apprentice under a real estate tycoon some years back, I told myself, I saw my father. My father was not poor, he was not so rich, but he was an average man. Now, I never saw him buy one car all through his lifetime. He died at the age of 70 in the year 1989, about 32 years ago. He never bought one car, but he had 9 buildings in Lagos. Now, on the reverse side, I saw a neighbor of mine who had 9 cars, was living in a rented apartment. The story, it's at the back there. Life applicable lessons from real estate tycoon. I saw exactly my father having 9 buildings in Lagos and my neighbor having 9 cars in the same Lagos without a house of their own. Now, and I made a choice. I said to myself, I said, Nii, you will not die in a corner. You have to be wealthy in life. So, looking at my father's story, I told myself, anyhow, I'm just going to be buying as long as it is genuine. So, and if you remember the story I told the other time, I said, with 15,000 naira salaries, 12,500 was going for my installment, 1,500 was my tithe, 1,000 was my take home. So it was a choice I made. And Dr. Olumide Emmanuel said something. He said, your father, your grandfather, blah, blah, blah. He said, it's not a generational curse, it's a generational choice. So I made a choice that irrespective of the amount you're going to take from me, I will succeed at this. That is one. Now, at another time, I remembered that there was a time that my wife had not, she had not conceived. And I told myself, I said, what about buying in the name of an unborn child? Talking about 12 years ago. And I said, you know what? I am going to name this child so and buy a property in the name of that child. Now, 12 years down the line, now, about 2-3 weeks back, I ran into that document that I bought, in the name of that child. That property is something you don't want to know how much I paid then and what is worth now.
Please tell us now. Just tell us.
Okay.
Just one.
So, I bought that property for 600,000 naira.
Okay.
Then in 2008, and this is 2021. Now we're talking about a property worth about 15 million naira. Now, I'll look at the face of the girl that's Omo Otiamantie. There are things that makes, for a child to be appreciative of God bringing you their way as a parent. Even though she does not have access to some of those documents, that is just one. I remember at another time, I was in Abuja and I told, my wife would ask me for probably 50,000 naira budget, because we make budget, we have a family budget every month and we don't go outside of it. So we'd never buy anything on impulse. So if you like, use your head to stand, use your leg to walk, and say we should buy something we don't need. We always identify what we need from what we want. So as a realtor, you must live what you are saying. So, to that end, if she asks me for a 50,000, if I give her 30K, I keep 20,000. I take that 20,000 somewhere. So one day after church service, I just stood, I said, I want you to go out with me somewhere, and I wanted to see something. We got there, and she said, what are we doing here? I said, look here. What you can see is the savings I made on every money you have been collecting from me in the last 1 year. This is the building. Now, it is a choice that you must make. But this is it. If you are not hard on yourself, life will end up being hard on you. So it's something that will take something from you. Let me say this in Yoruba. Ebi no la fin sise ayo. Meaning that you have to go hungry today for the work of pleasure of the future. Now, I remember another time that, I had to make another choice, and someone was trying to block my way and was saying that I'm not going to get access to buying that property. And I said, excuse me, sir, I am not buying any property because I have the money. I am buying the property because I do not want to go through, I don't want any of my children to go through what I have been through in life. By the way, in this same Lagos, I've been a conductor, I've been a organizer, I've been in the same Lagos where, by His grace, God has blessed us with estates, not land alone. Now, I can tell you for free, it's a choice I made. It's a choice I made. Asho Igbala Nira. We won't buy latest clothes, but I can tell you today, if I want to take dinner in Madvies, or what do you call that name? Madvies. Amen. We can go by His grace. I told my wife, I said, I need you to marry a man with a vision, not because of my television, because me with the vision will buy you a television station tomorrow. So buy into my vision. I will take you places. I may not be able to afford you an honeymoon 13 years ago, but I tell you, in a matter of time, I will take you to anywhere in the world you choose to go.
Yes, we went to Dubai together. If we leave Pastor Niyi alone, he would drop gems all through. Please give a round of applause for my panelists. I tell you, don't just get excited about what they share. Understand who they are, who they became to achieve what they have now. And all of us at one point in time, we are in that journey. We are all in that journey. And there's something we can do with what we've heard today that would help us go higher in that journey. A round of applause once again for them before the anchors come and drive us from this place. Thank you so much for your time. Thank you for what you shared. God bless you. We'll be coming back after the next session. Don't worry.
Please put your hands together again for our panelists.
Let it keep rolling. Let it keep rolling.
Yes.
Keep clapping.
You're welcome, man.
They have shared their lives.
Welcome, sir.
They've shared their own version.
Yes.
Now it's left for you to make your own version. Don't just listen with excitement. Make an impact.
Yeah, take steps.
Make an impact. Thank you all. That was a very good session. Okay, on Twitter, we are on number 4 trending.
Right now on Twitter,
Right
we're
now.
number 4.
Right now. All thanks to all of you. We're number 4.
And right now, online, we have over 11,000 live viewers. Live.
Yes.
Right now, as we speak, 11,000.
Say hello to the people.
Please, can you just wave to our online participants so they can see you?
So I need us all to share.
Keep sharing it.
Hashtag GPB Conference 2021.
All right.
Share. Take your pictures. Take pictures of your friends. Start
sharing.
networking. Start networking. Start your power base.
Don't be selfish. Let somebody enjoy what you are enjoying right now.
Yes.
Share to your enemy self. If your enemy is busy, they will leave you. So share to everybody. If your enemy is busy to do what? They will leave you.
Yes.
All right.
And so we're going to be introducing.
John C. Maxwell.
Is it not heavy? Is it not heavy in your mouth?
See the way I called it? John C. Maxwell.
It's not heavy. It's heavy.
Now let me tell you something. If you know anything about leadership, this is who you listen to.
Yes.
Now let's have the video online. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much.
Dr. John C. Maxwell was born in a devoutly Christian family. He is an American author, speaker, and pastor who has written many books, primarily focusing on leadership. Titles of some of his books include The 21 Irrefutable Laws of Leadership and The 21 Indispensable Qualities of a Leader. His books have sold millions of copies, with some on the New York Times bestseller list. The John Maxwell team and Equip has trained more than 5 million leaders in almost every country of the world. He has spoken to and consulted for over 500 companies and even presidents of nations. His long life dream is to impact the world and change lives one at a time. He will be speaking to us on changing your world as a property broker in Africa and the world at large. Practical leadership skills and insights that will help you achieve goals and drive for greater growth in business. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome with me Dr. John C. Maxwell.
First of all, I greet you from the States and am just grateful to be with you at this incredible speaking event. A large crowd. I mean, my understanding is over 10,000 people are joining us virtually, and I'm so honored that you're here. I give a special thanks, obviously, to my friend Dr. Stephen and then Gtex Global for really making this incredible power-packed conference a reality in your life and a reality into my life also. And I just so respect what you're doing as real estate people. And I speak to a lot of companies in the area of real estate. And I just am honored to be with you today. And I hope that what I share with you now will just bring incredible help and value to you, because I certainly want to serve you. I certainly want to serve Dr. Stephen, I want to serve Gtex very much. So I want to talk to you about the 5 essentials of leadership, okay? This is my world. Leadership is my world. When I held this book up a moment ago, Developing the Leader Within You 2.0, excuse me, this book was first written in 1981. And this was the first book on leadership to say that you could develop yourself as a leader, that you could improve yourself, that, you know, up until that time, honestly, people kind of thought that leaders were born. And so they would, they would kind of say, well, if you're born a leader, you get a lead. And if you weren't born a leader, I guess you follow. And so when I wrote the book, I just so desperately wanted to help people know how to grow themselves as a leader. And let me tell you why. I wrote another book called The 21 Irrefutable Laws of Leadership. And I'll use as a foundation for my talk with you today 2 of those laws, okay? There are 21, so you get 2. And the first law is what I call the law of the lid. And the law of the lid just simply says how well you lead determines how well you succeed. So now let's talk about real estate for a moment. I know what you do. You show properties, you help to sell properties, you help people find homes, you help people find places for offices. You do a very honorable good work. So the question is, how do you get to the top of the real estate market? How do you excel in your business? And my answer is you excel in your business by, first of all, knowing real estate and being good in real estate, obviously. But the tipping point for you is going to be not your real estate experience, but your leadership experience. How well you lead people is life-changing. Everything rises and falls on leadership. That's true in business, that's true in education, that's true in government, that's true in religion. Everything rises and falls on leadership. I have carried that message around the world for 40 years. And it has been proven over all these years to be a true statement. That if you want to improve your business, improve your leadership. In fact, the law of the lid, how well you lead determines how well you succeed, can be visually taught. And I want to do that with you right now, if I can. So let's say I'm an average leader. Okay, let's say I'm at the brokers conference in Nigeria and Dubai and around the world, wherever you are. And by the way, it's just so good to be with you. Thank you for having me. But let's just say that you're an average leader, okay? And from a 1 to a 10, you're a 5, okay? And so I'm going to visually say that this hand represents my leadership lid. This is how well John Maxwell leads, okay? This would include my leadership abilities and my leadership experience. I'm a 5. Out of a 1 to a 10, I'm an average leader, and my leadership lid is at a 5. Now, here's what I want you to know about your business. Let's say this hand represents my business, my real estate company. If my leadership is a 5, my real estate company, my business will come under that lid, but cannot go higher. My leadership is the lid to my possibilities and my potential. So if my leadership lid is a 5, my business is a 4. Period. End of story. That's a fact of life. I meet people all the time who say, well, I'm going to move to another company because I want more opportunity. And I want to look at them and say, do you understand that no matter where you go, you have a leadership lid? And whatever that lid is, your business is always going to stay under, never go higher, never go higher. In the history of mankind, it's never happened, so it's not going to happen with you. Whereas my leadership lid is a 5 and my business somehow gets above that lid and just keeps flourishing and growing. That doesn't happen. Everything rises and falls on leadership. And the reason that I'm so passionate about teaching leadership to you is because once you understand and embrace that truth, then you begin to be passionate to learn to lead. Just like I'm passionate to teach you how to lead. Because if you know how to lead well, your business will do very well. So, when I'm doing Q&A, often people will raise their hand and they'll ask the question, John, are leaders born? And when they ask me that question, I always give them the same answer. Of course they are. I mean, think about that question. Are leaders born? Well, of course they are. I've never met an unborn leader, okay? Now, what they're asking is not are leaders born. What they're really asking is when people are born, are there certain people that have leadership gifts, and because they have those gifts, they go to the front of the line, just as some people don't have leadership gifts, so they go to the back of the line. That's what they're really asking. And the reason I'm so passionate about this book, Developing Leader Within You, is this was the first book written that basically said you can grow as a leader. You can develop as a leader. Hey, if you're a level 5, you don't have to stay a 5. Let's go back to my illustration for a moment. If my leadership lid is a 5, then my organization is a 4. My leadership lid will keep it from going any higher. But we just discovered that you can develop yourself as a leader. You can learn, you can grow, you can increase your leadership skills. So what that means is I can go from a 5 over time to a 6, to a 7. I don't know. Maybe after a certain amount of time, I can get to an 8. Now, the moment I lift my leadership lid, what do I do for my company? What do I do for my business? What do I do? I now give it room to grow from a 4 to a 5 to 6 to a 7. You see, your business will follow your leadership. Your business will be as good as your leadership is. Your business will be as big as your leadership is. That's why you want to be passionate about growing and developing as a leader. You see, many years ago, I heard Earl Nightingale teach that, this is many years ago, I was in my 20s. Earl Nightingale said that if you'd spend 1 hour a day, every day, on the same subject, studying it, learning it, for 5 years. Subject, and I was very passionate to be a better leader. So I said, I'm going to try what Earl Nightingale suggests. I'm going to spend 1 hour a day, every day, on leadership. I'm going to talk to leaders. I'm going to practice leadership. I'm going to read leadership books. I'm going to ask leadership questions. And I did that every day, 1 hour, leadership, 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 every day. And Earl Nightingale said in 5 years, I'd be an expert. So I started my growth journey off by saying, wow, in 5 years, I'm going to be an expert. And so I'm kind of doing a countdown, 5, 4, 3, I'm looking at the end. But something happened. Something that I didn't expect. You see, As I started my growth journey in leadership, I kept asking, how long will it take? How long will it take? How long will it take? Well, Earl Nightingale said 5 years, 5, 4, 3. How long will it take? How long will it take? But about midway through the 5-year leadership growth experience, something beautifully happened within me. I began to change. I began to see leadership from a different perspective. I began to be able to lead better because I was practicing leadership all the time. I was growing. I was developing. All of a sudden, I became leadership led. And when I started, it was here, but boy, I'm practicing and I'm growing and I'm learning, I'm experiencing. And so you see, this incredible miracle happened within me. It'll happen within you too. You'll do what I say. I kept asking myself, how long will it take? How long will it take? Well, he says 5 years, 5, 4, 3. And about in the middle of that 3, I quit asking the question, how long will it take? And I started asking a different question. I quit asking, how long will it take? And I started asking, how far can I go? Life-changing. Now, all of a sudden, I wasn't thinking about 5 years becoming an expert in leadership because I was inwardly growing. I was getting better. I was learning. I was getting more successful. I was leading people better. I was building a good team. And now, all of a sudden, I wasn't interested in that expert leadership title in 5 years. That was kind of small and mundane because now I was growing, and it's not like how long will it take? It's how far can I go? I tell you that story because that's what I want for you. I will challenge you immediately to begin developing and growing yourself. In fact, as I teach you the 5 essentials of leadership in a moment, these 5 core essentials that you just want to have under your belt, I just want to be sure that you understand, be sure that you know that you have incredible growth potential. And as you grow as a leader, you will be highly, highly successful. I also teach in the 21 irrefutable laws of leadership, not only the law of lid, there's 21 of them, but another one I teach is the law of process. And the law of process just simply says leaders develop daily, not in a day. That if you really grow as a leader, it's more than just picking up one book. It's more than being a part of the Gtex Global Leadership Summit that they've so beautifully provided for you today. It's more than that. It's that, but it's a continual process. It's not one book. It's not one event. It's not one decision. It's a journey. And that's why I want to give you the 5 essentials of leadership, because what I'm about to share with you is a part of my leadership journey. This is what I have learned as a leader. This is the journey that I have taken. And so I pass it on to you with great honor and privilege and respect for who you are. And I know that it will help you. So are you ready? And the essentials I gave you, the 5, they're not prioritized. Number 1 isn't more important than number 3. It's just there are 5 essentials, okay? Number 1, live what you say. This is so important. Leadership is visual. Gandhi said, be the change that you want to see in the world. Very simple. Gandhi said that if you want to see your company get better, you have to get better. It's not a fact that somehow you don't grow, but your company grows, or you don't grow, but your team grows. That doesn't happen. You have to live what you say. There's a difference between positional authority, leadership authority, and moral authority. Let me talk to you about all three of those for a moment. Positional authority is given to you when you get a leadership title or a leadership position. And sadly, very sadly, too often, people get a leadership title or position and they think that they're a leader. Now, that is not true. The position doesn't make the leader makes the position. But we get this title or position, and now people are on our team, and they have to follow us. They don't have to follow us because we're good. They have to follow us because we have a title, we have a position. And regretfully, too many people think that's leadership. Well, in fact, they'll say, John, boy, last week I became a leader. As soon as they tell me they became a leader last week, I know they don't understand leadership. What they're really saying is last week I got a leadership title. Well, that doesn't make you a leader. It just gives you a title. People don't follow titles. They follow examples. And so the lowest of this authority that we're talking about now is that you have a title, you have a leadership position, and that's why I call it positional authority. You only have authority to lead because you have a title or a position to lead from. The second level of authority is what I call leadership authority. Positional authority says, follow me because of who I am. I'm the leader here. I'm the supervisor. Leadership authority says, follow me not only because of who I am, I do have a title, but follow me also because what I say. I say things that are helpful to you and lift you. And so therefore, it's not only my title, but it's also my words. And that's a level above positional authority. But the one that I'm going for, because I'm talking about essentials of leadership today, is the third one, which is moral authority. And moral authority says, follow me because of who I am, because of what I say, and follow me, don't miss this, because of what I do. That's moral authority. When you have the position, the title, when you have the words, and then when you have the behavior and the action. For example, one of the things I try to help leaders do and understand is that they need to live good values if they want their people to have good values. And values are not taught, values are caught. The teaching is what they hear. The catching is what they see. And what we have learned as we have done leadership transformational values around the world, we've trained 5 million leaders in every country of the world. And what we have discovered is, without any question, is that when people learn good values and they begin to live good values, guess what? They become more valuable. They become more valuable to their own self. They become more valuable to their family. They become more valuable to their business. But values, it's on the inside. It's here. What I'm encouraging you to do today when I talk to you about being the example and living what you say is I'm encouraging you to be better on the inside than you are on the outside, and to be bigger on the inside than you are on the outside. I do a lot of work with companies around the world. And in America, there's a very successful restaurant company called Chick-fil-A. And I've worked with Chick-fil-A for many, many years. It's as far as the fast food business, it's at the top of that business. And they're great people of values. And Truett Cathy, who was the founder, who's now passed away, but was a wonderful friend. His son Dan now leads the organization, who's a close friend. Truett was pressured by his board to build more stores. And they kept saying, we need to get bigger. We need to get bigger. We need to get bigger. We need to grow. We need to advance. And Truett would say, no. You don't understand. He said, we need to get better. He said, when we get better, the customer will demand that we get bigger. That's what I'm talking about. I'm talking about living what you say. When I was a young leader, I made a decision. I was only 25, so I was very young as a leader. But I made a decision that has been with me for many, many years now. And I want to pass it on to you because it's helped me so much. And that decision was that I was only going to teach in leadership what I truly lived. If I didn't live it, if I didn't believe it, I wouldn't teach it. Because my temptation as a young leader was to lead beyond myself, to lead in areas that I did not yet know, or lead in areas I did not experience, or lead in areas that perhaps I didn't even do myself. You see, it's not important that you believe me, but it's important that I believe me. And that's what I'm talking about when I say live what you say. Live what you teach. I mean, I just said I'm not going to teach what I don't live. I'm not going to do it. And the result of that is it helped me to become what I would call a transformational leader. You see, the world needs demonstration more than instruction. And yet most leaders, what they want to do is talk all the time. They want to instruct, they want to point, and they say, do this and go there. And that's not what great leaders. The essentials of leadership is, before I ask you to do it, I do it. Before I ask you to pay that price, I've paid that price. Before I ask you to take that journey, I've taken that journey. That's where I get credibility as a leader. That's where I get buy-in as a leader. That's when I can truly say those, what I call those great words, life-changing words that every leader needs to be able to say to his or her people. And those are the words, follow me. The moment I can say to you, follow me, watch me, stay close to me, I'll show you exactly how to do this. Now I have integrity, I have credibility, I have authenticity as a leader. This is huge. So the first essential of leadership is just very simple. Live what you say. If you don't live it, don't say it. In fact, if you don't live it, you disqualify yourself to be the leader of the people. People should only have to follow a leader who lives what they say. The second essential in leadership is for you to lift people by adding value to them. Wow. I want to do a good job teaching this because it is essential to your leadership. A few years ago, I was in Kiev, Ukraine, and I was getting ready to speak to 15,000 people in a live coliseum, and my translator was in the green room with me, and he was talking to me about my books. He said, John, I've read your books. He said, I'm so honored to be your translator. He said, this is just going to be wonderful. But he said, I want to, before you go out, and he's talking to me about 10 minutes before I go out to speak. He said, before you go out, I just want you to know, John, that you believe in adding value to people, and you say leaders always add value to people. That's a very strong core of your leadership message. And he said, you're about to go out to talk to people who for 70 years were under communism. And when you go out and say leaders add value to people, they're not going to understand what you're saying because all they've ever seen is leaders take advantage of people, abuse their leadership position, put themselves first as leaders instead of the people. So he said, when you walk out and you start that message, leaders add value to people, you're going to disconnect with them immediately because they have never known a leader that added value to them. And then I'll never forget, he left the green room and I thought, wow, I've got about 6 minutes and I'm going to have some redirection in my conversation and my thinking. So I did. And I went down. I went out that day, and instead of just starting to teach, I just asked him, I said, let me ask you a question. How many of you have ever had leaders take advantage of you? And 15,000 people raised their hand. Yeah, we've had leaders take advantage of you. I said, let me ask you another question. How many of you didn't appreciate that when leaders did take advantage? Oh, every hand's raised up again. And then I said, I'm going to today give you a new paradigm of leadership. As of today, I'm going to teach you a new and better way to lead people. And that evening, for the next 2 hours, I talked on the subject, adding value to people, the first step of every good leader. And I talked to them about, how do you add value to your people? How do you lift your people? How do you make it better for your people? I travel internationally. I speak privately with many presidents. In fact, I have one company that does transformation in countries, and we have 23 presidents that have invited us in to do values transformation for their entire country. And when I'm one-on-one with those leaders, the press is gone, the teams are gone, it's just the two of us. I always look that leader in the eye and I ask him one very simple question. Are the people better off because you're their leader? Would they look at you and say you've added value to them? Or would they look at you and say, no, you've taken advantage of me? I said, that's your question that you have to answer. That's the question I have to answer. That's the question every one of you have to answer in the real estate business. You've got teams, you're building companies. Are you adding value to your team? Now, I'm going to show you very quickly how to do that. I have a very simple formula of adding value to people that I practice on a daily basis. I practiced it today. I practiced it yesterday. Tomorrow I'll do it. There are 5 things I do every day to add value to people. And since adding value is the first step of a good leader, and it's our job to lift people by adding value to them, it's probably to add value to people. Number 1, I value people. That's where it starts. You see, I'm with you today because I value you. I believe in you. I think you have growth potential. I think that you could build a better business. I think you could help more people. I think you can be successful. When you value people, you look for ways to add value to them. Just as if you devalue people, you don't even think of adding value to them. In fact, it's no concern nor interest to you to add value to any people that you devalue. So every day, I value people. I value Stephen. I value what they're doing at Gtex. That's why I'm here with you. I value you. That's step number 1. Every day, I value people. Step number 2, every day, I think of ways to add value to you. I mean, I knew that today I'd had this opportunity to talk to you about leadership. And so I sat down and I worked on this lesson just specifically for you. I've never taught this lesson like I'm teaching today. Never, ever. Because I value you and I want to add value to you. So every day I not only value you, but I think before I meet you, when I'm with my friends in the real estate world, how can I add value to them? I think of ways to add value to you. Number 3, every day I look for ways to add value to you. In other words, when I'm with you, I say, okay, what can I do? For example, last night I was speaking at a university. In fact, it was a conference of many African leaders, and they asked me to be the evening speaker. And so I walked into this ballroom full of people. And my granddaughter, Hannah, happens to go to this university. And so, I texted her. I said, Hannah, be my date and come to the banquet with me. And she said, yes, I will. And it's a great school. It's called Liberty University. And they literally put on this conference to help leaders. And so I walked in the room and I sat down with Hannah. We were having our salad and people were wanting pictures. People were wanting me to sign books. And so Hannah, I said, honey, is it okay if why don't you walk around with me and I'll sign books. And she said, Pop, I'll be glad to. So I walked around and I signed books. Now, why did I walk around and sign? I could have sat there and eaten. It wasn't required of me to sign books for the people, but I saw them. And I was looking for a way to add value to them. I thought maybe 30 seconds signing a book for them, giving them a smile, meeting them. I had Hannah go with me. I had to introduce Hannah. In fact, we were having my granddaughter Hannah sign the books for them. And it was just a beautiful, beautiful evening. In fact, when we were leaving, I had my arm around Hannah as we were leaving, and I said, honey, I didn't give you as much time as I want to tonight. She said, oh, it's okay, Papa. She said, I'm a Maxwell. I've watched you add value to people all my life. Now, just very simple. Intentionally, every day, I value people. Think of ways to add value to people. Look for ways to add value to people. Number 4, do things that add value to people. You see, every morning I ask myself, who will I add value to? Every evening I ask myself, did I add value to those people? It's a front end and back end, bookends of my day. I start people, and at the end of the day I said, well, did I do it? Did I do it? So every day I value people, think of ways to add value to people, look for ways to add value to people, do things that add value to people. Number 5. Every day I encourage others to add value to people. I do. And what I've discovered is that the people that are successful in leadership and the people that are successful in the real estate business, they're always lifting up people and adding value to them. Where I live in Florida, I just bought another home. And the realtor, the real estate people that took care of me, I'm telling you, they did much more than just the legal part of property transaction. They were constantly saying, what can we do to help you and how can we add value? And I said, well, there are a couple of other changes I would like to have. And I shared with them, I said, I bought the house, but I know that's my responsibility. But before I get in there, could you? And they said, we'll take care of it. And I said, well, you didn't charge me. Well, no, it's good. No, you're good. We're glad to do that. And I kept thinking, wow, they're different. They're adding value to me. In fact, they did such a good job. I said, well, here, you can have my house to sell. Now, what caused me to give them my house to sell and another a fee? What caused me to do that? Well, because they were lifting me. They were adding value to me. So essentials, 5 essentials of leadership. Live what you say and lift people up by adding value to them. Number 3, love the people that you lead. In fact, I tell leaders all the time, when you stop loving your people, stop leading your people. Because the moment I stop loving you as a leader is the moment I'll start manipulating you and taking advantage of you. This is the line that leaders have to be careful. It's such a fine line and it's so easy to cross. The moment that I lead you for good reasons, I will motivate you, which is always good. I move you for mutual advantage. But the moment that I don't care for you, I'll manipulate you. And manipulation is different than motivation. When I motivate you, we all win together. When I manipulate you, I win, you lose. And I see leaders cross that line all the time. And I ask myself, what happened to those leaders? Why did they manipulate the people? Why did they take advantage of the people? Why were they unfair? Why didn't they put the people first? It's very simple. They stopped loving their people. A few years ago, I did the opening session at the United Nations. So I was speaking to every ambassador in the world from every country. And so, different cultures, different countries, different types of government. There were a lot of differences, but we were all leaders. And so for 2 hours that day, I talked on the subject, 3 questions that followers ask of their leaders. And it was a delightful day. I enjoyed myself immensely. And I want to take a moment. I want to share with you those 3 questions because I tell you in your real estate world, when people determine that you're going to be the realtor or they're going to let you be part of the transaction, there are 3 questions they're asking about you. And the 3 questions are, do you like me? Think about it. Do you really want somebody to lead you that doesn't like you? Question number 2, can you help me? In other words, if I sign up to let you be my leader, is it going to be better for me? That's a very legitimate question. Can you help me? And thirdly, can I trust you? Can I trust you with my money? Can I trust you with my life? Can I trust you in every area? Are you a trustworthy person? Now, those 3 questions. As a leader, I flip those questions around. I know that's what followers ask me as a leader, but as a leader, I ask myself these questions. Do I love the people that I lead? If I do, that's a positive check. Can I help the people I lead? Do I add value to them? Oh, I do. Positive check. Am I trustworthy? Can they trust me? Oh, that's a positive check. You see, love the people that you lead. The 4th essential of leaders to be successful is to lead well during a very difficult time. Now, this has been a very difficult time for the world. We've had a pandemic. We've had COVID-19. Everybody has been adversely affected by it. And I have watched this as a leader as a very interesting time. Because when I say it's essential for you to lead people during difficult times, you have to understand that's the time they need your leadership more than any other. And what's sad is so many times when the adversity and difficulty comes, the leaders are absent. In fact, in America, forget Nigeria, in America, we have a leadership absence right now. We have a leadership vacancy. I mean, we've never had a time when we needed better leaders and more leaders, and we've never had a time when we had less leaders and worse leaders. And somebody asked me the other day to kind of describe how I felt as a leader. And I said, the best way I can describe how I feel is, to be honest with you, I'm leadership sad right now. I'm just leadership sad. It shouldn't be this way. You see, it's essential for leaders to lead well in difficult times. And here's what I'm going to tell you right now. During adversity, during difficult times, I hear people say, well, difficult times make a leader. They don't make a leader. They reveal the leader. And what I've discovered with COVID-19 is that this adversity, this difficult time that we're in, has separated the pretenders from the players. During this dark hour, there have been players that stepped up as leaders and said, I'm going to be here for you. I'm going to add value to you. I'm going to be counted on. I'm going to be trustworthy. And then there are people that are pretenders. They're gone. They're gone. And so one of the advantages of adversity is if you're a leader, you find out what you have on your team. You find out who your players are. You find out who your pretenders are. You find out the people you can count on. You find out the people you can't count on. I have 7 companies. And when COVID-19 hit, I sat down with Mark Cole, who is part owner and CEO of the John Maxwell Enterprise, all of our companies. And we had a discussion. The discussion went something like this. We've never seen anything like this before. We didn't see it coming. We've kind of been blindsided by it. We don't understand it. We don't know how long it's going to last. We don't know how it's going to affect us, but we have a strong sense that it's going to be an adverse, negative effect on our life. So what do we do? What do we do with the employees? What do we do with our business? And I said, Mark, we do today in this dark, difficult time what we did when we were in the good times. We value our people. We value our team members. We value our clients. We value our mission. We're going to take care of our people. Assure them that the only way that they go down is if we go down with them. That we're going to lead well during a very difficult time. And I can tell you a little bit over a year later, that's exactly what we've done. You see, What I want my people to know is not that I'm a successful man. What I want them to know is that I'm an honest man and I'm a truthful man and that I'm a person that will do what I say and that I will stay with them during the difficult times. And if we go down together. And if we go up together. But it's got to be together. I often teach that respect is earned on difficult ground. It really is. You don't earn respect during the easy times. You earn respect during pandemic times like we're in right now. That's why I'm so glad to be at this conference with you at this in critical time. And that's the fourth essential of being the kind of leader that you want to become. Number 5, the fifth essential is for you to look for potential leaders to mentor. I am passionate about reproducing myself. I'm passionate about having legs to my legacy. I'm passionate about spending my last years, my best years, pouring into people and mentoring them and teaching them. So I'm always looking for leaders to teach and equip. In fact, the reason I responded to this invitation is because there are thousands of you. And if I can say something, be something, do something, share something with you that helps you be more successful in the real estate market and help more people and add value to them, can I tell you something? This is a very worthwhile hour that we're spending together. But there is no succession without a successor. And the question I have to ask is, who am I handing the baton off to? Who am I empowering? Who am I equipping? Who am I mentoring? Wow, that's huge. Because that's how you grow a great company. I love the story of a tourist, American tourist that were in Europe. And they happened to be in a old building. Their lives were filled with nostalgia as they walked through and saw the cobblestone streets, the cathedrals. It was an enjoyable day, and close to the late afternoon, they were walking through a park and they saw an old man on a bench, and they walked up to the old man and said, "Do you live here?" He said, "Yes, I do." He said, have you lived here all your life?" He said, "I was born here." Oh, they said, "We've just loved this village. This is just amazing to see." So they asked him the question, have any great men been born in this village? The old man on the bench looked up and said, no, only babies. Just babies are born in this village. And I love that story because there aren't great men and women that are born. They're just babies. It's what we do with them after they're born that develops them and helps them to reach the potential that they wanted to reach. So I give my life for people like you. I give my best for people like you because you're valuable. I value you and you're worthy of it. And that's why I wanted to share with you the 5 essentials of leadership. And in closing now, if you'll just give me one more minute, my newest book that I am so excited about, Change Your World, has just been released for 2 months. It literally already has sold hundreds of thousands of copies. It's a book about how you can make a difference in the world that you live, in your real estate market, how you can make a difference with your family, in your community, with your company. This is proven stuff because we have been doing transformation for the last 10 years. And what we teach you in this book, as far as teaching values in small groups, I promise you, this is not a book of theory. This is a book of success and reality of how to change the world around you in a positive way. Now, if you go to changeyourworld.com, you can buy the book. But there's something more important to me than selling you a book, okay? Buy it. By the way, if you buy it, read it. Would you read it? Be sure to read it. You see, once you get the book, there are all kind of free resources for you. For example, there's a values assessment that you can take. This is huge. It'll teach you what your values are. It's a free. It just takes you about 15 minutes to do that. There is the material, the values material we teach around tables. Can I tell you something? It's all free for you. It's online. And by the way, we have helped some of the biggest businesses in the world with these values assessments, and they do these values tables now with their people, and they're finding it brings great bottom line success to their numbers because some of the values we teach are values like integrity, honesty, hard work. Wow. So you get a free values assessment. You get the material that we teach in the round table, and then we have values material for kids in school. We have 1.5 million kids now taking our values classes in school, right along with math and language, right in school, not before school, not after school. And if you're in the education or if you have kids, it's all free. All you've got to do is go to changeyourworld.com, get the book, take the assessment. The material is yours free. And that's my gift to you because I believe you can change your world. And that's why we're spending time together today. Thank you much. My name is John, and I'm your friend.
All right, put your hands together, please. Put your hands together. That was wonderful. So much value filled.
Sorry. I want to apologize. I'm told some people are having to stay outside. We're really, we wish we could have a bigger hall, but you know there's COVID-19 and then there's limitations. So those of you who are outside, if you can stay at the other side of the hall, maybe they will provide some chairs. You may not see, but you have audio. Okay? But we apologize. We knew more people were coming, but we couldn't stretch it because there's COVID. Okay, so we have one empty hall there. Some of you can just stay there. At least you will be hearing the audio. Thank you.
Hey, hello guys, how are you today? God bless you and welcome. The Gardenia is the name given to our unique design of green and smart home. And we have in Ibeji, we have in Ikorodu in Lagos also, we have in Abuja, yes, and then we have of course in Atonota. And so you can invest. We have 1 bedroom, 2, 3, 4, 5 bedroom. That you're going to have opportunity to get a flexible payment. Yes, you heard me. For some of them as low as 5 million deposit and with 1 million every month. In 12 months, you have your house. Some of them stretch to 18 months. You're a landlord, you have your own house. Cash flow is really what you go after when it comes to building wealth, right? It's having cash flow. It's not really, I want to live in this gigantic house. No, it's that I'm able to buy a house and that house is able to provide money for me to buy the second house and the third house and the fifth house. And that's how gradually you build wealth for children's children. Remember, a good man leaves an inheritance for his children's children.
Gtex Homes. We don't just sell properties. We help you build your future.
Wow. That was fantastic. That was like a masterclass, a boot camp on leadership, a boot camp on values. And as usual, we're back here as a panel to moderate and, more importantly, share actionable steps from all that you have learned. At a point during that session, I wish that I could just transform this entire thing and bring all our National Assembly members here, bring our president, our governor. Actually, I wanted to just ask the president to just answer this question. Do you really like us? Let's even, do you like us? You have to first like us before you can lead us. Then we'll now ask, do you wake up in the morning thinking, how can you add value to Nigerians' lives? So you see, this session it was very deep. And beyond us just listening to it and pointing fingers to our politicians, let's also look at ourselves and check on what are we doing right, what can we do better. Let me have my panelists dive into the John Maxwell session. How was it Mrs. Adeyinka. What were the takeaways for you?
Adding value. That's the takeaway for me. You know, anywhere you find yourself, your immediate environment, your workplace, your peers, your friends, anywhere, add value. You know, there is an adage in my place that says, "Kolon mashewani ejo to koja lori akwata."
Yeah.
Ti ulala. I don't know who can interpret that. Can you?
As in, is it literally?
But
like, leave an impactful
have an
life.
impact.
Yes,
That's what it means
impactful life.
majorly. Have an impact. And then for me, even in the real estate industry, it has really, really helped me.
Yeah. All right. So, as I was in my mind, I thought I was writing, but when I turned to my side and I saw the note Dr. Adeni Adeyemi had taken, honestly, though, it's only him that can read the note, but he had written plenty things. Sir, out of the things that you've written down, which one would you feel? Because I know that we need to, what is shared is valuable to everybody, but we are talking largely to people in the real estate company. What are the things that we can take in from what you've heard? Let's just take one for now, then we'll come back again.
Okay, well, thank you, well. Thank you, Gtext Homes. Thank you, Dr. Stephen, for this program. I caught a number of things. And one of the things I would say at this time is that he said, spend 1 hour a day on any subject of choice that you want to be an authority in. And in the next 5 years, your business, in the next 5 years, you'll be a voice in that subject or in that field. I think it should be a takeaway for us that at least 1 hour per day should go into reading or studying about what you do. That is the subject of discourse, real estates. Now, even for you to play as an investor, you need to understand the markets. For you to play as a realtor, you need to understand where should you sell. For you to play even as someone who is coming in as probably a speculator, you need to actually understand it. Now, spending an hour there, as I was seated there, please permit me to say this. I was also having an interaction because I was trying to understand what Dr. C. Maxwell was saying, trying to apply it to my life and thinking about something. How can I understand it better? And God reminded me of something. When I was going to, release my first book, I was asking God someday, and I said, what do I leave behind that will give me a legacy when I'm long gone? And one of the answers I got from God is write books. So it means that the faintest pen is actually smarter than the sharpest brain. So the things you write will live on when you are no more. Now, I asked, I said, so out of all these responsibilities you've given to me, how do I sit down to write a book? And he said, all the researches you've been doing on real estate in the last 1 year, put them together, that is your first book. So God told me, someone seated here has been struggling and asking the question, how do I write my first book? Settle down. Spend an hour at least in a day. As we've been told today, now the things you take in the course of your research, put them together in writing. You can write them disjointedly, but just don't throw those papers away. At the end of 1 year, you can gather them together, send it to someone who can help you type, let them put it together. You have your first book. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Another thing that, just to touch up on that, a lot of Gtext YouTube page has loads of videos of several sessions of GCP trainings that if you concentrate throughout the month of May and spend 1 hour every day, you will not exhaust the content they have available, and it would really, really transform you. You might think that you've watched some of them or you were even in class when they took place. Go back and watch again. Don't watch passively, watch with a note. There's something I've been doing this year. when I'm doing any class, I have like a note. If I'm watching a program, I have a pen and paper, because some things would fly in and fly out. One of the things John Maxwell said was that values are not taught, they are caught. So I would like you to once again, please, just give a round of applause for Dr. Stephen Akintayo, for all the faculty, all the speakers. We really need to appreciate them for the time that you spent. And I want you to give a round of applause for yourself, because you're here. Like every one of you watching virtually, you made out time from your schedule to educate yourself. So you're on the right track. You're here physically. I appreciate you. And of course, we value you. I want us to talk a bit about the law of the lead. And I realized that many of us we can break down the law of the lead to our financial cap. That's the knowledge has capped you. And that was just going in my head, that you're trying to increase your income, but your knowledge has capped what you can earn and all of that. What other law, or how else did that law resonate with you?
Thank you. Basically, I say something most of the times. You know, we were taught while growing up that there are 3 basic necessities of life. That is clothing, shelter, and food. But I actually added one, which is knowledge. Knowledge, they say, is power. And if you look at it very well, just like John Maxwell said, no matter how good you are in business, your level of leadership is going to determine how your business is going to grow. So how do you really impact your business with your leadership skills? And he said leadership is not really about position. It's not really about, because you are the MD of the company, you have the highest leadership skills. And how do you now prioritize your leadership skills? For me, I try to put other people before me. I try to look at how you would feel before I take any position. The same thing if I want to broker deals. I try to put myself in other people's shoes, sit at the other end of the table. And, saying knowledge is power. There are so many things we grew up with that is not a good notion for me. Just like I think Pastor Olumide said, or Dr. Olumide, what's his name? Emmanuel said, being a landlord is not really about the location of where the land is. A landlord in the UK will be called a landlord. A landlord in Ekpe will also be called a landlord. But you need to scratch the surface. And I've come to also understand that majority of us, either real estate investors or realtors, we are not being called a landlord today because we want to belong. And what do I mean by we want to belong? Because TMO stays in Banana Island, you want to be a neighbor. Because Stephen Akintayo stays in Ikoyi, you want to be his neighbor. But the question is, can you afford Banana Island? So wherever you can afford, even if it is Osun State, if it's Ibadan, if it's Abeokuta, go and scratch the surface and call yourself a landlord. And in any business you do, either you are an employee, 8 to 5, or you are doing businesses, or you are doing realtorship, if that leadership skill is lacking, I'm sorry to say, you might never go far. It's going to affect every of your endeavor, day in, day out. People will just run away from you, and you won't know why they are running away from you. And as realtors, this is what I say. The moment you put your commission first, the moment you put your own earnings first, a lot of clients are going to run away from you, and you won't know why they are running away from you. That's my take on it.
Thank you so much. It's the, can I trust you? Do you like me? Can you help me? Factor that every realtor must have in mind when you are talking with clients, because they will sense it when you're selfish, and they will sense it when all you want to do is just find a way to sell to them. But when they realize that you care, then they will be more open towards you. Thank you so much, man. Doctor, I'm going to be leaving you with another 1 minute for you to drop something from what you learned during the session from John C. Maxwell.
Okay, man. I want to wrap up with this about the fact that he said, number 3, that do you love the people that you lead? And I think that love question is a question that needs to be answered, because everything we're talking about has to do with love. I'd made a statement some times ago, and I said, if it is just about what I will eat, I don't need to run around again, by the grace of God, till I pass on at 120. But one thing is sure, I have to consider the people God has given me to lead, and that is the people that are my family, who are my first ministry in life, and secondly is the people God has brought my way to lead in diverse organizations where I have the privilege even to probably train or even lead in my private company. So the subject of love, you can't take it away, because it is not just about you now. I have met a guy who said at a time, he said, I don't need to own a property in my entire life. And I asked him, I said, why? He said, is it a must that you must own a property in this world? Is it by force? And I said, actually, it is not by force. But one thing is sure, please, one thing is sure, and that thing is this: having gone and left the earth, what will your children's children be saying about you? It is not just about you. I work hard, not because of me. I work hard because of people that God has tied their prosperity to my apron, that if I don't succeed, they don't succeed. So I work hard, not because of anything that has to do with what I want to wear, because if you observe, what you earn, you only eat about 10% of it. 90% goes to others. Go back and check it. If you do much more than that, then you are a greedy man. I can tell you, it's not about you. It's about the people you lead. So love them genuinely and care for them.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Awesome. It's not about you, but about the other people that is attached to you. Let's put our hands together as they go off the podium. There's a Q&A session from John C. Maxwell. Is that has a video studio?
Thank you, sir.
Sam Adeyemi hosted you recently. I think I saw some of the pictures.
Yeah, that's correct.
Pastor Sam Adeyemi, I think he hosted you recently. Okay, so let's jump into the questions. And I want to thank you for agreeing to do this. So Gtex Homes were a real estate company. I don't know whether the team told you. We're one of the largest developers in Nigeria. We're building green and smart homes. So we have a vision of building 25,000 green and smart homes between now and the year 2035. So the conference is a free conference for brokers, majorly in Africa, but we're targeting across the world, about 12,000 of them. And the goal was to inspire and to challenge them, because I feel one of the ways to change Africa is through real estate, because you're able to develop physically, but you're also empowering people financially across the value chain of the real estate sector. So this is the second year that we're doing this, and we're glad that you're here.
Thank you very, very much. Is Gtext the sponsor of this event then?
Yes, Gtex Homes. So I'm the founder of the that particular organization.
Well, congratulations.
Yes, thank you.
Are you Dr. Stephen?
Yes, I am.
Nice to meet you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. So I've been following you for almost 20 years. Your books have changed my life, I must confess. I've been privileged from what we learned from you to have authored 35 books also. And it's such an honor to meet you. So I have about 5 questions. So the program is that you're supposed to teach for 45 minutes and then ask these questions.
about 5 of them. So I'll go to the first question. And it says that, what is your thought on corporate leadership in Africa, and how can property brokers, change the continent of Africa? The need for corporate leadership.
Well, yeah, obviously, everything rises and falls on leadership, Stephen. And so leadership is needed in every setting, in every culture, in every country, in every company. If you have good leadership, you do well. If you have poor leadership, you don't do well. And so what I tell corporate leadership is very simple. You have to model for the people what you want them to do. People do what people see. And so many times I think we emphasize what we say more than what they see. And leadership is highly visual. And so what I tell any corporate leadership is the fact that you have to be the example. You have to be the model for the people.
Amazing. Okay, the second question is, it says, what do you think is the biggest challenge to achieving the set targets and goals, and when it comes to growing your corporate leadership capacity, and how do we overcome such in our quest to achieve our goals and target?
Well, the biggest challenge for me not reaching my goals is me. See, I think we too often look at other situations or other people as causing our problems, and so that I tell when people ask me, John, what is your greatest leadership challenge? My greatest leadership challenge is leading John Maxwell. My gosh, it's much easier for me to tell you what to do than it is for me to do it myself. And so I think so many times we forget that, and so again. I one time said that if I could kick the person most responsible for my problems, I wouldn't be able to sit down for a week. and so many times we look at other situations or other people and consider them a hindrance to where we want to go. And I think that most of the time it's me. And the moment that I determine to reach those goals, the moment I determine to pay the price for those goals, then they're achievable. But they're not achievable with good intentions. They're only achievable with good actions.
Wow. Amazing. So the third question is, Nigeria has about 60% youthful population. We're over 200 million people. And as we speak, there are millions of unemployed people. In fact, some records says about over 40 million unemployed people. Now, if I find I'm a young person, I'm listening to this and I'm watching Dr. John Maxwell, global, known, impacted the world. And I'm wondering, how do I start from Nigeria, from Dubai, with all that I'm feeling? How do
It's a very fair question. And first of all, to the youth that I'm addressing right now, if you find yourself unemployed and in a very difficult situation, first of all, I'm very sorry, and I feel for you. It's not easy to be where you are. It's not easy to be experiencing what you're experiencing. So feel my care for you and compassion for you, but also feel my value of you. I value you as a person. You were created in the image of God, and you are created to be successful. And you were given gifts to be successful. So as my heart goes out to you, I want you to see more than my compassion for you. I want you to see my value you as a person, that just because you're unemployed doesn't mean you're not valuable. Please value yourself because I value you. Now that I've said that, I'm going to give you a story. My father, who just literally passed away last year at the age of 98, was a great man and a great leader, very successful. But he grew up in a very poor area, and he was very poor. And he also grew up in the Depression, a time of great economic problems in America. And the Depression, the picture you get of the Depression is men every day standing in food lines, hoping to get some food to feed their family because they had no jobs, they had no work. My father was a young man. And the story that I tell you is very important. He had no job. So he would go, for example, maybe down to the local hardware store, and he would say to them, I would like to work for you for free today. And the store owner would say, well, what do you mean? He said, well, I don't have any work, and I like to work. So if I'd like to work for you for free, and the store owner would say, now you have to understand, I can't afford to pay you. And my dad would say, I know that. But I'd like to just serve you and add value to you and help you today. So he would work that day. And at the end of the day, he'd go up and he'd thank the owner of the store, said, thank you for letting me work for you today. And the owner would say, oh my gosh, son, you worked hard. You did a great job. Yeah. And then he would again say, I just wish I could help financially pay you. And my dad would say, no, it's good. I understand. I wanted to just serve you today and work for you free. And then my dad would say, if you ever get into a better time in your store where you could maybe afford somebody part-time,
please.
He said, would you think of me? Because you know how hard I work already. And he would leave his name and his phone number. My dad would the next day go to another store, a different one, do the same thing. Next day, another store. Same. In 1 month's time, my father held 3 part-time jobs. Because he instead of wishing it was better or hoping that it gets better, he took action and he went and he served people. He served people without any potential return except the fact that he knew that if they knew how hard he worked, when they were ready to hire somebody, they would immediately think of him. And so he literally, while everybody else was in the food line, my dad put himself at the front of the line to work because he set himself apart from everyone else. And so what I would say to young people is, you have no job. So why don't you now go and add value to somebody that potentially could hire you in the future if things get better for them, and establish yourself right now as a hard worker, an honest person, and pretty soon you'll find people that want you to be a part of their team just because you've proven yourself.
True. Wow. That's so powerful, and thank you for that. I believe this is really life-changing. What do you think about the relevance of this event, empowering 12,000 property brokers, particularly from Africa, and the organizers, myself and Gtex Homes? What do you think about us and the relevance of this meeting?
Well, I think highly of you. And the reason I think so highly of you is because you're trying to add value to people. And then when I realized that you're not only wanting to add value to people, but you're sponsoring the event is just absolutely honorable. And so for me to be a part of this with you, and for me to speak to your people today, is a real honor, because I honor you. I respect you greatly because you have taken the initiative. You've taken the step to say, we want to make things better for people. And I love to be with people who add value to people, and you do. So,
thank you,
Gtex and Stephen and all of you, I thank you for giving me this opportunity. I wouldn't have this opportunity to add value to 10,000 people if you wouldn't have given me the opportunity. And you wouldn't have given me the opportunity if you didn't want to add value to people. So you're my kind of people. So thanks for helping me.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much for agreeing to do this. The final question is, which of your program will you love to recommend to those of us who are watching today that can even help us succeed better in our journey of becoming successful property brokers?
Well,
your training courses. Yeah, because we want to jump in. We're serious people. We want to jump in.
Well, I have a book here that I just highly recommend for all of your brokers, people, because it's if you're in real estate, your success in real estate will be based upon your ability to lead well. And my book, Developing the Leader Within You 2.0.
Wow.
I've written leadership books. I've written 86 books. Okay.
Yeah.
People say, John, what is the most important book? And for a leader to develop themselves, or for a leader to train leaders on his or her team. This is the book. And the reason why is I talk in this about 10 things that you need to do as a leader that will help you successfully lead. And they're simple, they're practical. And so Developing the Leader Within You 2.0 is a book I would just strongly recommend that the people get.
Wow. Dr. John Maxwell, it's an honor. I started reading your books as a teenager in Nigeria, and entered university, was still your book. One of my favorite books you've authored is The 360-Degree Leader.
Oh yes,
is my own favorite, of all time, and you've changed my world, and I'm happy that this is moving to the next level. I see this as a way of paying forward some of the things you have impacted in my life, and that's why we're putting the conference together and having you to stay inspired and speak to these people.
Can we clap for Dr.
So we
John
hope
Maxwell?
it will generate fruit that 10 years from now, 50 years from now, some of the participants will look back and say, yes, this was the day.
Still to come.
Are you blessed?
Thank you so much.
Lion Serhant.
Change lives, value people.
Now listen, there are other people who are incredibly talented,
So we're gonna
who get business on their own, who can do things on their own. Those people can do whatever they want, right? Maybe they don't need to practice. Maybe they're not LeBron. But if you don't have that talent and you want to still be successful, then you show up.
And Grant Cardone.
You got a little education that you think is worth something and it's not, okay? And you got a good mom and a good dad, you were brought up in a good family, good for you, but dude, that don't pay the bills.
Thank you. Thank you. Value people. I hope we're all jotting things down, and I hope we're all learning, which is the basis of why we're here today. So, our next speaker is Dr. Opeth Banwo. A clap for him, please.
Dr. Opeth Banwo is an attorney, entrepreneur, business consultant, author, and motivational speaker. He has helped hundreds of companies, trained thousands of protegees, sold tens of thousands of copies of his books, and is founder of 5 flagship companies, including By Law, a United States of America law firm, Netpreneur 360 Incorporated, a digital business consulting firm, and Movisoft 360 Incorporated, creators of productivity software tools, AfriNet Business Solutions, and American Internet Business School, a digital business capacity training and certification school. He will be speaking to us on digital marketing tools to become a successful real estate broker. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome with me Dr. Opeth Banwo.
Come on, can we clap for Dr. Opeth Banwo? So he's joining us from Omaha, Nebraska. By the way, myself and Dr. Opeth had to go to Warren Buffett's house twice. He took me there because Warren Buffett actually lives in Omaha, Nebraska. I think you will clap better for Dr. Opeth for one reason. You will still clap better. I had been in digital marketing even before I met him. And I remember the first day we met, it was at a conference. We were both speakers. And he started calling me friends. That was his friend. But I then went to do a research, and I realized he was an MD CEO of a mortgage bank in Nigeria at the age of 24. Right? Dr. Opeth, I think 57 now or something. Some of the people you know today, like the governor of Lagos, used to work with him. I mean, he started former governor Ambode used to work, in a firm that worked with him. He made it very early in life. And so I said to him, you are not, we are not friends. You are a mentor, you're a daddy, right? There's a lot to learn, And one of the things he did for me, like I said, I was already in the field. But he helped me to know the pitfalls, right, to begin to avoid. This is Nigeria where most people don't like you, you don't know. And a lot of people who have risen don't want you to rise. And that's why when you are lucky to meet people who genuinely want to pull you up, you better celebrate them. So how much can you now better for Dr. Opeth? Because he will go online and say, yeah, that's my man. Even the things I've not done, he will say, I did them. And so that helped, because this is a nation where it's like the elite, and that's why I'm so angry with Nigerian elite. Okay, I'm so angry with Nigeria. The elite are like one cult, right? You get there, nobody can enter. That's the way they run Nigeria, right? And for people like him who will keep saying, no, that's my guy, yeah, I trust him. Okay, do business with him on my head, that is a great man. So thank you, Dr. Opeth, for joining us.
All righty, come on now, come on. Great job. I just want to now put your hands together, people. If you want to be great, you got to clap for great people. Awesome. First, I have to say this week quickly because I've been giving only 15 minutes and I've got a guy that is hard, always chasing down this time. Number one, I just want to appreciate Stephen Akintayo for the great things he's doing. It's been awesome just watching you grow, to be honest with you. Right before my eyes, I'm seeing the transformation of a man that did his first webinar in my house. And all of a sudden, we are learning webinars from him. The Lord bless you really good. There is no other way to measure you other than the level of leaders you are able to create. Like he said before, Ambode has been my accountant before. Even Sanwo-Olu was a manager in one of my companies way back in 1992, the current governor. So the number of leaders you leave behind is what really determines your legacy. So I'm very, very happy and blessed and honored to have been associated with Stephen Akintayo as he was coming out. Okay, I believe in him, and I believe that he's just scratching the surface. So I'll start you with this straight away. Okay, I'm going to share my screen. I didn't want to do any slides before because I've only got 15 minutes, but I'll rush whatever it is I can rush, and then we can get this going quickly. The first thing I want to give you right now, if you haven't been told that before, is that the first thing God gave man before anything else, before he gave him a wife, before he gave him anything else, is a piece of land. So if you are not investing in real estate or you are not in real estate, you are already not even in the will of God. Okay?
Clap for the daddy.
It's a great venture to be in. I myself, I'm not a real estate person, but I've got plenty of real estate myself because it's the first thing God gave me. But I've been asked to speak on the topic of tools, digital tools on becoming a property sales rock star. For you to be successful as a real estate person, whether you are a broker, a developer, or whatever, these days the difference will be what kind of tools are you using. All right, it's all about tools. People are selling. As you can see with Stephen Akintayo, he sells property online. 5 years ago, that would have been like, oh, is that really possible? People are selling millions of dollars worth of property on the internet. I've watched Grant Cardone do a deal of over $50 million just using a tool online. One of the tools he used was Clubhouse, in a place called Clubhouse. I saw him close down a room for like $50 million in like a couple of hours. because he had the right tools for the right audience. So if you are going to be successful in real estate and other ancillary business, because I know that most of us here, if you know what you are doing, you should have a multiple streams of income. Real estate might be your front and center. There has to be other streams attached to it. You listen to Maxwell saying he has 7 businesses. All right, that is the way you want to roll. And to be able to do that successfully, you need the right tools. So I'm going to go through the thing quickly. But first, because my time is short, I'm going to do it in reverse. I'm going to tell you what you can get that can solve most of your digital tools in the real estate business and other businesses you have. I created a tool recently, and that is so appropriate for you. I call it the Business 360 Suite, where I put together 10 of the most successful software that I've launched. For those of you who know me, you know I'm an expert in creating and launching productivity tools for businesses all over the world. So what I did, because I recognize that there are people like some of you here who are just starting out, and you don't want to go get so many tools that you have to be logged into so many places to get your tools right. So I have this thing called Business 360 Suite. For only the first 5 that are going to purchase today, we have a coupon code that you get 25% off, because I am with Stephen Akintayo today. I'm going to explain some of them quickly. Then I have a slide that talk about maybe 14 different tools you need to become a rock star. I'm going to give Mr. Stephen Akintayo permission to release the slides to you, because I won't be able to cover all of them in 15 minutes, and 5 minutes is already gone. All right, so these are 10 suites that saves you a lot of. I'm going to go quickly through them, and you can get it. You want to write that down, because I'll be gone in 10 minutes. Netpreneur360.com/toolbox. Right now, this product, we are selling it at $9.97 a year. But you can get it right now for only $497 with 25% off of that. If you use Suite 25 off. All right, that will give you 25% off while I'm talking. When I'm done today, that code will no longer work after today. So you want to write that down, netpreneur360.com/toolbox. And if you get that today also, you get to get all my books, at least the 10 best-selling books I have 18 books on Amazon.com. If you are one of those guys who purchase that software suite today, I'm going to give you all these books for free, including the Confessions of a Guru Wannabe is not even here, my best-selling book, 12 Commandments of Digital Business for your real estate, because if you are going to do that, you need to know the laws, digital business gold mines and all that. Let me not spend 15 minutes talking about the book. The first thing you might need, what I consider every real estate rock star out there, you know, when you are going to market online, people are not coming to the internet to come and buy real estate. So when you advertise and they come to you, you need to have what is called a real estate funnel, so that you can continue the conversation with them from the squeeze page, from giving them something free to where you redirect them to the current property you are working on, and how you upsell them. It's called a funnel. I don't have time to go into start explaining to you what a real estate funnel is. But you need to build it. They're very expensive to build. If you are ordering it piecemeal, they might charge you maybe, if you're in the US, like a kind of $9.99 per page, or if it's in Nigeria, it's cheaper. Maybe they'll tell you 200,000 naira to build you a funnel. But how many? You are going to need many as your business progresses. So it is better for you to own a software where you can build whatever marketing pages that you need in a matter of minutes, even with zero technical skills. Oh, no audio. Can you guys not hear me?
We can hear you.
Oops.
We can hear you. Go ahead.
Can you guys not hear me?
Can hear you. We can hear you. Go
Hello?
ahead. Hello, doctor. We can hear you. Go ahead.
Oh, all right. So you can hear me. Okay, fantastic. So what I'm saying is that you need a marketing funnel. But what you want to do is, instead of you paying somebody all the time, 200,000 here, 300,000 here, you can get a software that will help you to build it yourself. I am not technical, but I own these softwares, because you don't need technical skills to be able to use it to build funnels. So that's the first one. It's called 360 Funnels. It allows you to build all sorts of pages you want, professional ones, in a matter of minutes. All right. In this suite package, you also need what is called a social media marketing tool. Okay, because if you are going to be promoting online, now I'm starting to get echo. Somebody is on there. You may want to mute yourself. Hopefully you can hear me well. The echo was not there before, but now all of a sudden I'm having it. Somebody help me out here.
But
all right,
we can hear you if you can, because we have Zoom audience, Facebook audience, and live audience, so we can hear you. You can go ahead, sir.
All right, yes, all right, fantastic. All right, so another tool you will need is something called 360 Socials. Of course, there are many social media management tools out there, but you have to pay monthly. Hootsuite alone, the one I have to pay $197 a month for the professional package. But this suite is included in the Business 360 suite I just mentioned, where you can manage all your social media platforms from one login. That way you can post simultaneously into your Twitter, to your tweet, to Google, and all that, LinkedIn, and all that is in there. Number 3, you also need to be able to engage people. If you want to market your real estate business and other businesses that you have on the internet, you want to be able to create quizzes, which are reputed to be very viral. When you have quizzes that are very viral, stories, interactive videos, this software called 360 Outreacher. Of course, there are also similar ones like that. What I've done, like I said, is put everything into one package for you. This allows you to use your surveys, your quizzes, to get as many of your content to be interacted with. You are going to need a software like this. Whether you buy this package or not, you are going to need it. But each of them, you then have to pay for individual. Unlike today, when you pay a one-time price, we sell it an annual price of $997. But today, like I said, you can get it for only $497, less 20%, which means maybe like $300 because you're going to take out $100 with the 20% coupon. All right, here also, as a real estate person, you would need to create courses because many of you may not know. Unfortunately, I don't have time to let you know the potential of you running online courses in real estate. Mr. Stephen Akintayo does it. A lot of big names like Grant Cardone and all that, they make most of their money actually teaching people how to become real estate brokers. And you need a software that can allow you to host and run your own courses where people can even pay you, where you can put your members that sign up for your courses in there. So I have one that is in part of this package called Cosmetic. It's like Kajabi and many of those very expensive course training software out there. But if you get the package today, this is also included. I've just got 5 more minutes to go. And then, of course, everything you're going to be doing online, even offline, you need graphics. You need to always to be able to quickly design new banners for new promos because you can't use the same banner every day. You're not going to be a rock star. A rock star is somebody who can come out with a new, maybe something's happening in the society. You want to connect it to your real estate business or to your real estate course business. You quickly design a banner, you design a logo, and you are good to go. If you don't have the right software, you are going to be paying people all the time. So all our own software, anybody can use it can use it to create their own graphics without any technical skills. That's why I included also, this is probably one of the most powerful softwares you want to have. The 360 graphics, we have Designer, where with just a drag and drop method, you can create whatever graphics you want in a matter of minutes. So you don't need to hire a graphic designer. You don't need to hire a page builder. So you're saving lots of money just having this suite. But you need it, even if you don't get this suite today. Obviously, when excuse me, this one is supposed to be apps, the most powerful of them, I think. I titled it wrong. So again, these are some of the apps you are going to need, whether you buy it as a package or you buy it individually. Of course, the number 6 one I want to share with you, forget the graphics. I think I have the wrong graphics in there. 360 apps where you can build mobile apps for your own business. The graphic you are looking on there is actually wrong. It's a mobile app builder for this 16. This alone, the mobile app builder called 360 apps, will sell it by itself. Okay, $997 a year. Some of you know my products. And then when we are doing sale, we do $497 a year for you to be able to have these 360 apps. Within, you can build your own mobile app for your business instead of paying thousands of dollars. And more importantly, it can be a big source of extra income for your real estate business. Because now you can build mobile apps for different types of businesses, stores, retailers, video rentals, lawyers, doctors, even other real estate professionals. Because these 360 apps is a software that allows you to be able to build this stuff with zero technical skills. I will have to stop there because my time is up. Like I said, they only gave me 15 minutes. But all this software, there's 10 of them that are in this one package. Of course, that's not all the software you need. I have a presentation that also included maybe 12 other software that you may want to take a look at. But if you get this Business 360 Suite software, it takes care of maybe 80 to 90%. The only big missing software here is the what I call the virtual tour. You're going to need that, a virtual tour software, where you can actually go through the tour of your property, and then you can put it online. So people don't need to come and do an inspection to be able to go through every property of the go through every area of your property. I thought that's one of the most important software you need to have also, but I don't own one myself. So I recommended the ones that I think are very good in my PowerPoint slides. So hopefully Mr. Stephen Akintayo and his team will give you access to those slides. That's for the other software that I've not mentioned that I think you really need. When people invite me for an event, I try to stay within the time that they have given me because I know they have lots of people that they have scheduled. So let me, for you to get this software right now, and I'm going to, of course, take some questions in a second. All right, let me just, I wanted to exhibit the, where is this thing now? I can't see, right here. Huh. Just a second, people. I'm trying to exit and I don't know what's going on. All right, I have the link for you to get this thing, if in case you didn't get it before, is at netpreneur360.com/toolbox. Where is my, okay, right here. Just a second. I have it right here. All right, so yeah, you can get it right there at netpreneur360.com/toolbox. It's only $497. If you get it today, you get 25% off. But make sure you write that code down, SWEET 25 off. That coupon code will no longer work after today. So just bear that in mind and don't disturb me privately. If you get it while I'm still on this call right now, you also get all this, my 10 best-selling books on Amazon. You get it as a free bonus, plus plenty other bonuses that I've not even put on here. I'm just like that. Those of you have ever bought stuff from me, I just keep loading you with bonuses upon bonuses upon bonuses. All right, basically that's it. Now I will take questions. Again, before I take questions, I want to appreciate those of you who have taken the time to invest in yourself, to be here all over the world. I was hearing that some of you are even outside in the, what they call overflow. That is the first step into winning. That is the first step into winning. And whether you buy anything from me today or not, I am going to give Mr. Stephen Akintayo 2 books to give everybody who attend this thing for free, because I'm like that. My best-selling book called Confessions of a Guru Wannabe. All right, that book, you want to try to read it, is the story of my struggle, all the things I did wrong before I made it online, and then the strategy that I'm using to go from zero income to over, believe it or not, where in 1 month I was able to do $430,000 in sales of one of my software. And in the last 3 years, we've done well over $4 million just in my own special area of specialization. All the story you will read in Confessions of a Guru Wannabe. And then the second book, I'm going to give you the 12 commandments of digital marketing. The laws of the internet, they are unforgiving. It's not written down, but if you don't follow it, you can never make money online. I don't care if you are selling property or whether you are selling pins. You need to read that book, 12 Commandments of Digital Marketing. They are both selling on Amazon.com right now for $47. You can go check it yourself, $47 each. Well, I give that as my own way of appreciating you, that you at least took time out to try to learn. The Lord bless you, very good. So I'm here. Okay, my time is up.
One more time, can we clap for Dr. Peba, ladies and gentlemen? So before we start the Q&A, we have a lot of amazing guests who are gracing this awesome global event. We have actor, comedian, Latif in the building. Come on. Stand up now, I don't see you. You have used your face mask to cover your face. We want to see you. Is it fasting? Welcome, and it's good to see you. Thank you for coming. We have the MD, CEO of You Fit Fly. Can we celebrate him? Evangelist Ajibola. We have a lot of social media guys here. Sorry if I didn't mention your name. I could see a lot of faces. And of course, we have the most important VIP here. My wife of 9 years, a beautiful woman. She left her business and resumed in her office, to just be picking all the pieces and say, my husband has spent 100 million in this one. This one must work. Oh, yeah. Thank you for being there. And thank you for all you have, put in to make this work. We also have our management consultant, Mr. Izuwama of Xavier is at the back. Izu, why? Yeah, okay, well, you are doing your job, right? Also, we have the MDC of Poise Finishing School. They've become our recent partners in doing some great work. Say hello. Okay, so she's here. Thank you for coming. One of the things we're doing with Poise is our Gtex Academy. So now you can go to gtexjob.com, and there are a lot of quizzes there. And from there, you grow to another third stage. And then the fourth stage, myself and Poise and Xavier, we are going to be training you. We may not employ you, but you will have gotten the employability skills, right, that will help you to get your desired job. It's our own way of giving back to Nigeria and to the young people. I thought you were going to cry, and it's free. Right, it's free. We're paying our partners, we're paying Poise, Xavier, but we decided to make it free for you guys. Some of you we might employ. So going forward, the only way you can work with Gtex is you have to go through and have those certificates. So it's Gtex job. You go through. It's 3-stage. But even if we don't pick you, don't be angry. You take that certificate and say Gtex with Poise, with Xavier. They trained me. Right, just that I didn't, there were too many, and I'm sure you get a good job. Okay, so let's go to the question for Dr. Opeth. The first question I'm going to ask, one of the things I love with Dr. Opeth is he invested so much in young people in this country, even though he doesn't live in Nigeria, he lives in the US. And what's amazing about Dr. Opeth is he's a very strange man. He runs a very big law firm in Omaha, Nebraska, very big, and they do very well. And he got a partner to be running the law firm and started internet business at the age of 50. And you'll be wondering what's wrong with this man. In fact, the wife thought it was midlife crisis. Is one of the most widely read human beings I've met in my life, right? You have PhD in law. There's no. He's a chartered accountant, chartered, secretary, chartered, all certificate carry for head. But one day just got angry. Say all these small 27, they are riding Rolls Royce. And he knew they were legit. All these online young guys in the US. I said, no, we must choke head inside this thing. And you'll be glad to know Dr. Peba will launch a software. I was one of those who marketed it, and he has done over $2 million selling a software as a lawyer and does not have a coding skill. Right? Does not even have any coding skill. So my first question to you, Dr. Opeth, is, you know what's going on in Nigeria, and there's huge unemployment in the country. What is your first advice to a young man watching and thinking the world is not fair? How do I start? There's no job. I don't even understand the internet. I didn't study coding. I didn't study website. The man is mentioning landing page, mentioning, all these things. I don't know how to do anything on the internet. What would be your advice?
All right. Number one, my first advice is that, well, just suck it up. The world is not fair. The world doesn't owe you anything. All right? Buhari doesn't owe you anything. Me, I don't owe you shit either. Mr. Akintayo does not owe you anything. So first, get that into your brain. That if it's going to happen, you have to go take it. Nobody's going to give you anything. Nobody gave Stephen anything. Stephen took it. I remember when he was hustling. The man would die there, and he's already there. So that's number one. Number two, you need to take control of your destiny. And because he's Stephen, I'm going to get a special permission from him. I know he has a program here. Mr. Stephen is a businessman. He's not into just, but even though he gives a lot, when he's doing business, he doesn't play. And then when he wants to do charity, he does charity even more than me. So I have something I'm doing, what I want you to understand. You have to try to get to equip yourself. And there's a big opportunity for you in the world right now where you can learn simple digital skills that you can deploy on a global level with zero experience, zero income. And because it was my birthday yesterday, I turned 57 yesterday, and because I'm a national commentator and I like to talk about what is wrong with Nigeria, but I also believe people like me and Stephen, he's doing his own part. I should do my part in trying to help youths like you to be able to get started. I started a program that the first class starts on Monday. So you are lucky today. I call it the Fish to Eat plus Fish for Life program, where I give people 7-day free training on how you can learn basic skills that you can deploy on a global level, all right, which includes freelancing skills, affiliate marketing, info marketing, as well as e-commerce. All of that skills will really help you in your real estate business. But anybody who doesn't have anything, who doesn't know what funnel is, who doesn't know, that is one area you want to attend. Plus, because I know Nigeria loves incentive, I'm also going to be giving out 5,000 naira cash to 10,000 people over the next 1 year who attend that program. 1 week a month, we will train for 7 days. This first one is May 2nd to May 9th. And then during that training, we will pick out people that we're going to give away cash palliatives. As we speak, I've already put down 5,000 for this month. So by next week, $5,000 is what I'm talking about. We're going to pick people from there. And we give you 5,000 naira just for attending. But everybody will not win cash, maybe 10%. Well, you are going to get skills to empower you for life. The link that you can register for this right now is nigerlifesmatter.com/fish4life. If I were you, I will register right now. It is 100% free. I'm getting people like Stephen to actually, as a matter of fact, Mr. Stephen already donated $1,000 to the cash giveaway so that you know it's not just about business. In fact, I was the first person to donate. He gave us 500,000 naira to give away. That is 500,000 naira divided by, that's for 100 people. So you know at the minimum, 100 people will win 5,000 naira cash, courtesy of Mr. Stephen next week. I myself, I put down $5,000 myself. So the first month we give, but like I said, even if we don't win cash, and we will announce it publicly, we will publish the names, they are going to get 7 days of free digital empowerment. That's what I think you should do. But once you understand, government doesn't owe you, nobody owes you. If it is going to be, you got to go do it. I've given you opportunity. Whether you take it or not, it's up to you.
Fantastic. All right? Can we clap for Dr. Opeth one more time? You live in Omaha, Nebraska. What's your advice for people who think that leaving Nigeria is the solution right now? I'm sure how many of you would like to leave Nigeria if you have the opportunity? Can I see your hands up? You don't need to lie. I mean, just raise your hand. Let's see. If whether you raise your hand or not, we know that's what many of you are thinking. So what's your advice to everybody who wants to jet out of Nigeria, Dr. Opeth?
Well, I will tell you right now that it is not always as easy as it sounds. And I know it sounds very funny because I've made it in the US, I'm doing well. If I tell you not to travel, it will look like the man has made it now, he doesn't want anybody to go. Trust me, there's a reason God put you in Nigeria. There's a reason you are created in Nigeria. God had a purpose for you there. And in any case, more than 70% of people go abroad, they live below their potential. Yes, things will work. Yes, it will work where there is light, but you are made much more than that. Many people survive just making like $10, $12 an hour. I'm talking about big boys who left Nigeria. So I'm not going to say don't travel, but it's not necessary. Because you can stay in Nigeria right now and make a killing globally. Mr. Steven lives in Nigeria. He probably makes more money in the US than I am making. Okay? You have digital tools now to stay where you are because Nigeria now has a competitive advantage. You can stay there and do freelancing work. Hopefully you come to the boot camp next week. One of the first skills we are going to teach is about 10 skills in freelancing that you can offer globally. Things like proofreading, how to do logo, how to do basic things. If you earn $500 a month doing that, you are going to live much better life than somebody living in America making $2,000. So I'm not going to say, somebody said error. I don't know if somebody checked for me.
We can hear you. You are good. You are good. Just go ahead.
All right. No, I sent a link. NigerianLifeSmarter.com/fish for life. Okay? Is that correct? Somebody double check for me, please. All right. Somebody said you already registered. Is working. NigerianLifeSmarter.com/fish for life. Is this saying error? Somebody help me try again, please.
Is it working? Has anybody tried that link? It's working. So the link is working, doctor.
All right. So you guys just save the link. You figure it out. Okay. Maybe the first link is the one that is not working.
We're going to send them a mail of your book. So in the mail you are sending for us to forward, you can add the link. How many of us registered for this event on the website? Okay, beautiful. So you made it easy. Please, if you've not, please go register. Make it easy. They will just forward. There's a lot of gifts that we're going to be sending via email, books and things like that. So we send it via email. One more time, can you hear me thank Dr. Pebanwo for making it here? It's very early in the morning in the US. We have Ryan Sahant, who is also joining us live. We have Grant Cardone, they are also joining us live. And for them, it's quite early, but they agreed to do. We only did a video recording for John Maxwell because Baba is not that young anymore, right? But the rest, they are joining us live just like Dr. Pebanwo. We're going to be having this interactive session with them, and it's going to be great. In the next,
all right, I've also posted the raw link for those of you who cannot get it. With that link I posted the Zoom registration link right now. I think that should work. So just click on it directly.
Beautiful.
Right?
Beautiful. So we're going to go on break. There is KFC outside, but not now. In the next 30-something minutes. So that some of us can eat for just 25 minutes. And when we're back, we're taking Ryan Sahant, followed by I'm very excited about Ryan Sahant. Yeah. I've never seen a broker who is as smooth as Ryan. Even when he talks, when he's just smooth, he's just a fantastic guy. He's done over $4 billion selling real estate. You want to hear that guy? By the way, he's the #1 in the world. Nobody does $1 billion selling property in 1 year. Now he does it every year. So you want to listen to the guy. And our last speaker for today is Grant Cardone, the 10X master. So Grant is so excited. I met him personally. I remember saying to him, I said, Grant, Nigeria is over 200 million people, right? They love you there. And, we need your energy. We need to scale up this industry. And he said to me, I'm going to be there, right? And we work things out with his people. And I'm super excited. And we're going to bring him back next year and several other speakers. This space, like I said on channels, give me real estate in Nigeria. Put me that burden. I am taking that sector. And we're going to turn this thing around. And I don't need political title. By the way, I'm not contesting elections. So don't but let's tell the politicians I'm not contesting. So they should be relaxed. I'm not okay. But we must change this nation. Are we together? I thought you'd be louder about that. We must change this nation. Enough of relying on politicians. They've disappointed us too long. We will put our destiny in our hands. Some people like John D. Rockefeller took over the oil sector in America. They made a difference. Andrew Carnegie took over the rail. At some point, Andrew Carnegie owned 80% of the rail lines in U.S., right? The steel industry was still the same Andrew Carnegie. These guys became richer than even the nation. But they were instrumental to building the middle class in America, right? You have J.P. Morgan, who did it in the banking sector. One man. Can you say one man? Come on, shout one man. It was when these people became so big. Even what's the man that did electricity also? Thomas Edison also. It was that era. People just, you were born for such a time. Can you clap for our Dubai audience? They've, joining us live from Dubai. Awesome. So, we're born for such a time as this. We all can't be playing victim about Nigeria. Let's take it up. I was sharing on one of the stations that this security issue was saying, are you telling me Nigerians cannot come up with an artificial intelligence app that can dictate where kidnappers are? They can now. Young people can. They will come up with the app, link it with artificial intelligence, and we'll solve this security issue. But everything in Nigeria is big. I went to Maiduguri. I asked, I am willing to use my money to build classrooms. Till today, I went to meet NEMA or whatever they call them. Give me permission to build classrooms. I was born in this city. Right? Let me build classroom for Gubbio IDP camp. I even later met another guy who says he works with the governor. Oh yeah, let's meet the governor. It's my money. Till tomorrow, I'm waiting for them. Right? That is the kind of country we are in. So we can't keep waiting. These people they didn't dream about you this morning. Yeah? Buhari is busy fasting and enjoying it, breaking his fast jejely. And he cannot come and kill himself. I can't kill myself, so you better take responsibility and let's change. Remember, they are all old. If we leave this thing this way, we are the ones that we suffer it. God will help us. Thank you, everybody. Let's continue the event. Clap for everyone who has made this a success. Are you excited being here? Come on!
You can make a louder, bigger noise if you have gotten value. Put your hands together, put your hands together, put your hands together, put your hands together, put your hands together. Somebody give me some.
Gtex Homes. We don't just sell properties. We help you build your future.
Future. So take us further right now. We're calling on Jeremiah to talk about the Gtex app. There's a app that is changing the game in the real estate industry. So let's have Jeremiah on board right now. I'll talk about the Gtex app. Can you put your hands together for him, please?
Hello, everyone. Hope you are excited to be here today. Hello, everyone. Hope we are excited to be here today. Come on, I want to see that energy. Thank you. So I'm sure we enjoyed the last session by Dr. Opeth, right? Awesome, awesome. So I'm going to be telling us very quickly about, I have about 3 minutes here, so I'll be very quick. So it will interest you to know that today it's more like an update. We just launched one of our apps. That's Gtex mobile app, the beta version. If you're excited, please can you jam your hands? Yeah, this app actually is designed majorly for brokers, like you. So what can this app do for you? Basically, for you to have access to this app, I'm going to tell us what it can do for us in a moment. But then, for you to have access to it, you can scan the code that's on your brochure. The code on your brochure, you scan the code, and then there's a link that directs you to. We're also uploading on Play Store, and it's going to be, yes, that same barcode. Okay, thank you very much, sir. Thank you, sir. So this barcode behind this leaflet, you scan it, and then you can download the link. What does it give you access to? So it gives you access to basically Gtex, GCP, that's on Gtex, consultant program. Yeah, Gtex consultant program, GCP. Basically, it's our brokers program whereby you have access to a lot of trainings by most of the special speakers we've had spoke here today. And also, basically, you also going to be having access to all of our products, all of Gtex products, all of the estates we sell, all of the lands we sell, you have access to them. And interestingly, all of the promos we're giving today, they are all right on the app. Can you jam your hands for that? They're all right on the app. And in fact, if you are not excited enough to install the app, let me let you know that for the first 100 persons who are installing this app today, with the approval of Dr. Stephen yesterday, you are getting 20,000 Naira coupon, on the app. Come on, can you jam your hands? So what can you do with the coupon? Basically, as a broker, the next sale you're going to make, that's added to your cash out. Or the next estate you're going to be buying, you can add that up, and then you cash out. Come on, are we excited? Are we excited? If you're excited, can you jam your hands? Okay, guys, so the first 100 persons who are going to do that, you are getting a 20K coupon.
Also, January we took 30 people to Dubai, and in July we're partnering with UFit Fly. They helped to do the visa and tickets to take 100 people to Maldives. 100 brokers are being taken to Maldives. Who wants to go to Maldives? Vacation, all expense paid, 5-star hotel. TMO can gist you how we had a great time. Abi, Pastor Dika, and TMO of course is coming. All of these people, yeah. Morayo, are you interested in joining us? Eh? Mr. Brown, can we go? It's still TMO. You're waiting for TMO. You are arranging. So guys, we are taking 100 people to Maldives, all expense paid vacation. The details also attached to the app. I don't know whether they have the flag. You just need to sell 2 Jasper Gardenia, either Abuja or Lagos, any of our housing scheme, just 2 units. And they are paying installment, either depositing 5 million or 6 or 7, depending on which bedroom. Once 2 people deposit for it, you get all expense paid trip to Maldives. How hard is that? How many of you can sell? Anybody? 2 housing units? Can I see those who can do it? Aha. You see why I said we are going. And if you sell 4, with, because I know the 2 of you are 5 and 6. So we can go together. So guys, it's going to be great. And I can't wait. Usually we also add trainings to our vacation. So there's training included. There's boat cruise. There's dinner. It's just that lifestyle, that you need. And trust me, you need it. I always brainwash myself. At least once in 2 months, I must leave Nigeria to go and wash myself again and be sane. Then come back and say, yes, we are going to kill all the giants in the land. And you need it. Because if you just take too much of Nigeria, it is well. It is well. So we are hoping to also maybe get a trainer from Poise, to probably pay for one of your trainers to join us so that we can have some sessions also on etiquette and things like that. Same with Xavier. So the vacation is really a loaded event, and we have that awesome time. Okay? So you don't want to miss it for anything. Thank you.
I put your hands together again for Dr. Stephen. And say, don't miss this opportunity. You've heard what he said. Just sell 2 units and you are off. Just like Dr. Adeyemi said, he will take his wife there. I don't know about you. Come with your wife, don't come alone. Now, right now, let's go to the next offer we have on ground, because right now it's time for good news. It's time. Good news. Good news. This is when you hear good news, you clap your hands. Good news. Awesome. Yes, we have some offer for the day that I would like to show to you. So let's have the offer start rolling. Studio.
Hi there, my name is Susan Adekoka. I am live at Jasper Gardenia in Ibejuleki, one of the fastest growing cities, not only in Nigeria, but in Africa. My biggest attraction is the fact that I can control my apartment from my phone anywhere in the world. I don't have to worry about security. I don't have to worry about light. There's light, electricity 24/7. There is high-speed internet. When you invest here, you are guaranteed to get over 300% from your investment. Now, let me tell you why you should invest in Gtex Homes. Gtex Home is the fastest growing green and smart estate developers in Africa. Invest today and you will never regret it.
Gtex Homes. We don't just sell properties. We help you build your future.
When we talk about smart house, you don't understand what smart house is. Now, Gtex Home, as a leading real estate firm, bringing green and smart house to African market, we have a model here to show you what we'll be doing, how smart our house will be. You just saw a demo of it. So we have a model. Our smart team that is incorporating this into the houses are available. So we'll give you a few details of what this is. While that is going on, the streaming team, please, for the online audience, they need the code to download the app. So I think Eric or the other team, can you upload or share the QR code online so that they can download the app? We know we have people online. So far, we have over 11,000 people connected, watching this same program right now. So can you clap again for them, please? Let us entertain. Let us welcome our online team. So over to you, please.
Good afternoon, everyone. We at Gtex, we sell comfortable houses. This is a one-bedroom automated house. You can see the living room, which is right here. This is the kitchen, and this is the master bedroom. You can access everything through your phone. That's why it's called a smart house. You don't have to be in the house to have the controls about the house. My colleague here is going to show you a welcome home scene. The scene entails the lights coming on, as you can see. The lights coming on without you doing anything. The blinds are coming, the windows are open. So now, why are we showing you this? It's for your comfort. A home is a comfortable place. It's where you are meant to feel welcomed in. You cannot control things that happen around you, but you should be able to control things that happen in your house. So there are different things. That's in my colleague's hand is what we call a mixed tab. It's also a control panel. Everything you can do on that device, you can do it with your phone too. This device is made in case you are at home. As you can see, the curtains are closing on their own. The blinds are going down. You are not the one touching it. It's from the device. So it's all encompassed in this mixed pad. And there are different things. Let's say you want to on your bed light. Let's say it's time, I'm tired, I'm coming home, it's time for movies. You press a button and everything is set. So you don't have to worry about the lighting in your system being on and off. You can get the alert if somebody's at your door on your phone. You can get the alert if your light is left on. You are going home, you don't have to worry about your room being hot. You can on the AC from your workplace before you reach house. You can on your water heater down. So at Gtex, we try our best to make life easy and convenient for you. Thank you.
Put your hands together just to emphasize more on that. If you don't understand what he's saying, we are bringing your house, we are making your house smart in the sense of everything is AI, artificial intelligence. With your phone, you can do everything. When I mean everything, it's only going to toilet that you have to do yourself. The rest, you can do with your phone. So that is very important for you, and that is why you need to quickly key into what we are offering. We have the product for the day. I will be showing that to you right now. Let's have the product for the day. And let the team, the sales team, my closers, are you ready? Let me see you on team. All right, guys, let's hit it.
Hello guys, I'm Dr. Stephen Akintayo, and of course I'm super excited that we are moving so fast in expanding to another 20 estates this year. And the latest of the baby is Beryl Estate Ibadan, Lagos-Ibadan Expressway. It is opposite Dominion University, and of course not far from First Technical University, and of course you also have Redeemers University. In fact, it's 25 minutes to Redeem Camp, and it's on the expressway. The beauty about this particular investment is that we are expanding our green and smart homes there. So Gtex Home has its own portion there, and then we have Gtex Land, which is our subsidiary that sells land to you. So you have the option to either do off-plan sales into our housing project, or you can just buy land there, and we're giving 50% discount on the land. So instead of paying 5 million on a land on the express receivable, you just pay 2.5 million. However, this offer ends May 1st, 2021. So you just want to rush and get it, and get a copy of yours, and make sure that something is your portion in that property. Remember, you don't wait to buy land, you buy land and wait.
Gtex Homes. We don't just sell properties. We help you build your future.
All right, that's our first offer for the day. You heard what was said on that video. The offer is today right now, 50% off our Beryl Ibadan. Beryl Ibadan is a very wonderful place for you to stay. So I have our ushers right now going around for those that are ready, the smart investors that want to take hold of this offer. Instead of paying 5 million, you're paying 2.5 million for outright and 3.5 million for installment, meaning you pay 2.5 million right now. So if you are ready, I have them going around. Then online team, the stream, I want my technical team also put up the payment link where they can make payment. For those on Facebook, for those on Zoom, where they can make payment, the offer is available. If you don't know what's happening, I will tell you. Ibadan is changing, or Ibadan has changed. It's the largest city in Africa. It used to be the brown roof town. But trust me, in the last 8 years, it is changing. Even with the current government and what they are doing currently, Mr. Ajibola, you can testify. Because I went to Ibadan the last time and I saw something different. I know what I saw when I went to Ibadan and what I'm seeing now. So if you want to take hold of this opportunity, you need to quickly sign up to what? This offer for Beryl Ibadan. Beryl Ibadan is on Lagos-Ibadan Expressway, adjacent opposite Dominion University. Trust me, if you are a smart investor from Dubai, from US, from wherever part of the world, those that are smart investors like us, they will take hold now. So all you need to do, there's an usher beside you. Quickly, if you are a consultant, you have clients that want to buy, call them, text them. See, don't miss this offer. It's just for today. It's just for today. For those online also, technical team, I believe the link to make payment is available. We need you to know that this offer lasts just for today. If you don't want to do outright payment, you can deposit 1 million naira and spread the money payment between now and what? And 3 months. So you are ready and we are ready because this is the first of its kind in Ibadan. Green and smart houses in Ibadan. So you should be among those that are pioneering the project. Don't say, and I knew when they started. I knew when they started is a different case. Because V.I Lagos started 18 months ago, 2018, started at 1.5. We closed selling at 9 million naira. We stopped selling, or we closed selling. We came sold out at 9 million naira. So this is the best time for you to buy right now for those that understand what is happening in Ibadan. So V.I Ibadan, that's the offer of the day. It is going. It's about to go. It will soon go. So let have everybody, those that want to buy online, the link is available. Make purchase. Then those are on the app. You can also check the app. You will see the link to make payment on the app. All right, let's have the second video, please.
Do you know that Ibejuleki is a fast developing area in the western part of Africa, which is projected to be a smart city by 2027, with development of great infrastructure like the Lekki Free Trade Zone, the largest refinery in Africa, Lekki Deep Sea Port, as well as other multinational industries. Sitting at the heart of Ibejuleki is the smart, eco-friendly luxury apartment called the Gardenia. A green and smart home providing luxury at your fingertip. Each unit is built with a mini family lounge to enjoy family time. A home controlled by smart appliances and centralized sewage system that converts waste to biogas. The Gardenia stands out as it comes with features like smart electric car charging station, e-library, mini golf, and many more. Owning a Gardenia today with Gtex Homes is the most secured asset you can ever think of. Enjoy luxury today by securing our flexible Gardenia plan just for you. Owning a Gardenia today with Gtex Homes is the most secured asset you can ever think of. Enjoy luxury today by securing our flexible Gardenia plan just for you.
Gtex Homes. We don't just sell properties. We help you build your future.
For the second video, there's a video, the offer you just saw on the screen, like Dr. Stephen said the other time. So 2 units of this for brokers that are here, just 2 units, and you know where you meet us. Yeah, this is the QR code. For those that want to scan the app, the code is on your screen right now. The same thing for the online audience. Just scan this. Yeah, you can. For those that are here, you can take a picture of this. You can take a picture of this right now and scan it with your phone. So take a picture of it and scan. For those that have not got it, it's also on the event brochure that was given to you. So you can also scan from the event brochure. You have all these offers. These 2 offers that have been rolled out now, you have it currently available for today. It expires by 5 p.m. Once we shut down, the offer is off the market. Don't call me. Don't text me. I won't answer you. So let's hit the second. Can we have the second video, please?
Oh, Mr. John, you want something different? I can get you something different. Yes. Yes, in Nigeria, yes. We have properties that are different from the regular ones. All right, then. Tuesday, inspection. All right, nice seeing you then. I'll be waiting for you. Thank you very much, sir. All right. Okay. Are you like my client, Mr. John? I want something different from the regular houses. You want a different kind of house, a house that's in tune with the future, a house that connects nature and technology, giving you a different ecosystem. Yes, I have something like that can work for you. It's called the Gardenia project. Now, the Gardenia houses is powered and built by Gtex Homes. These are the new set of green and smart houses in Africa, Nigeria. The first set is just kicking off, and we have a vision to build over 25,000 units of green and smart house in Nigeria. Now, one of the benefits of this green and smart house is that now we have an ecosystem that gives you recycled energy, renewable energy. Now, how or what are these? Now we have the biodigestion system that converts sewage into biogas, cooking gas. We have the alternative of solar system, the power line that powers the whole of the asset. We have security, central security. Now we have all these benefits. Now let me tell you something. If you're looking at getting into the future, living in a smart house that connects you with nature, that gives you that ambience of peace, of relaxity and luxury, then you need to connect for the Jasper Gardenia. All you need to do right now is to click on that number below, and I will send you every information you need to know. Let me tell you something. I have a lot of people from the diaspora that want this, and I want you also in Nigeria to also get. So if you are the right investor and you want to get something different from the regular, then you need a green and smart house.
Gtex Homes. We don't just sell properties. We help you build your future.
Come on, guys. Are you excited? Okay, so what we're doing is we had to come up with this where you have 20 months to pay for your house. So if you want 1 bedroom, you just deposit 5 million and then 1 million, every month for 20 months, and you have the key to your house. If you're doing 2 bedroom, just deposit 6 million and then you spread the rest 20 months. You want 3 bedroom, you deposit 7 million. If you want 4 bedroom, you do 9 million, and then 5 bedroom, you do 10 million. You spread the rest for 20 months. We're very reluctant doing this because we prefer, you just pay us and we move on. We felt it's important to give some level of flexibility. What we have also then done is that on the cost, we are giving 5 million discount on all, whether you are doing 1 bedroom or 2 or 3 or 4. But that, I thought you were going to clap. But that offer ends today. In fact, we're increasing the price from tomorrow. Not only that you won't get the 5 million discount, the price is also going higher. So you are encouraged to take advantage. The Gtex team is at the back there. Some of you may say, oh, but I want to do this, but I can't even deposit maybe up to that 5 million because I have a limit or whatever. Talk to them if they can allow you commit something so you secure it, and then spread. You can balance maybe next week, and then the remaining every month you're dropping something, and gradually it's going. Remember, you must own a property. Heard what all the speakers have said. This is no joke. We're going to go on a break. We have a team of amazing bands. Simi J is just a special guy. So we're giving us about 15 minutes, right? How many minutes? 20 minutes. Stretch your leg, go to the toilet. If you are leaving, please take your things so that others, because we have a lot of people who are just hanging out who need a space to sit. So if you choose to go now, take all your stuff. And by the time we're back, the person you are going to be seeing is Ryan Sahant, who will be doing his bit. And then after Ryan, we will be having Grant Cardone. So it's a loaded, I told you, this is a loaded day. We're here till 5 p.m., but at least let's stretch our legs and move on. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for one and only Simi J. I like this band, I really do. Hey, my favorite.
Kuluwa fi dá mi lọ́lá. Kórí mi fẹ́ wọ̀ mí. Ìwà lẹwà k'Olúwa fi dá mi lọ́lá. Kórí mi fẹ́ wọ̀ mí. Dókítà kankan kò lè bá ní tún wá ṣe láyé. Kò ní wá tún wá ṣe o. Physician kankan kò lè bá ní tún wá ṣe láyé. Kò ní wá tún wá ṣe o. Lọ́lọ́lọ́lọ́ ẹnu ẹni la fi kan méje o. Èmi ti gbé wáìnì rẹ̀ wọ̀ kedere. Ẹnu ẹni la fi kan méje o. Èmi ti gbé wáìnì rẹ̀ wọ̀ kedere. I know you wanna be a superstar, shining in the sky. Lights in your attitude, baby. I know you wanna pop champagne, sweet and lazy life. It lies in your attitude, baby. I know you wanna be a good leader. You want to go campaign. You want to blow sirens. You want to take the money. You want to blow the whistle. Everybody for here. Queen and you You are lewa k'Olúwa fi dá mi lọ́lá. Kórí mi fẹ́ wọ̀ mí. You are lewa k'Olúwa fi dá mi lọ́lá. Kórí mi fẹ́ wọ̀ mí. Dókítà kankan kò lè bá ní tí wàá ṣe láyé. Kò ní wàá tún wá ṣe o. Physician kankan kò lè bá ní tí wàá ṣe láyé. Kò ní wàá tún wá ṣe o. Ẹnu ẹni la fi kan méje o. Èmi ti gbé wáìnì rẹ̀ wọ̀ kedere. Ẹnu ẹni la fi kan méje o. Èmi ti gbé wáìnì rẹ̀ wọ̀ kedere. Attitude is everything, everything, everything.
I'm aware a lot of people want a picture. We'll take picture later. In fact, we're doing after party, right? So we take pictures and all of that. But this time, let's all go and stretch our legs, and then we're back, okay? But I appreciate. We'll take a lot of pictures. I'm here till 9 p.m. Good to see you. How are you? Well done. You're married now.
You're true to the world, but you are afraid of the consequence. Lies in your attitude. You are lewa k'Olúwa fi dá mi lọ́lá. Kórí mi fẹ́ wọ̀ mí. You are lewa k'Olúwa fi dá mi lọ́lá. Kórí mi fẹ́ wọ̀ mí. Dókítà kankan kò lè bá ní tí wàá ṣe láyé. Kò ní wàá tún wá ṣe o. Physician kankan kò lè bá ní tí wàá ṣe láyé. Kò ní wàá tún wá ṣe o. Lọ́lọ́lọ́lọ́ ẹnu ẹni la fi kan méje o. Èmi ti gbé wáìnì rẹ̀ wọ̀ when the nothing come major, everything they want me they walk, and when the nothing come major, everything they want me they walk, and when the nothing come major, everything they want me they walk.
Yeah, don't worry, be happy. Everything will be good. Hey, let's go.
Bambina yero, bambina yero, bambina yero, ayole. Bambina yero, bambina yero, bambina yero, ayole. Ibi abashere, yere amo passion. I pray every day, and you are my son. That can be looked by you, can be to you by you, that can be looked by you, can be to you by you, Lola, let's do it. Lola, Lola, judge you. Lola, let's do it. Lola, judge you. If you know you're hungry, you want to be successful. If you know you're hungry. We hustle every day just to make the pay. Every night and day we entertain. You know this life is no pain, no gain. When we got the money, we go spend it. I don't know, say that choice. I dey hustle for the pay. I suppose the reason how the pay go dey hustle for me. I don't know, say that choice. I dey hustle for the pay. I suppose the reason how the pay go dey hustle for me. Until I see younger, get blazers, they put traders, they can't start to the highway. She don't feel me gapa. Until I see younger, you wear blazers, you put traders. You want to they control me. You want to do me younger, but I say no, 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 no to poverty. Baby, you're down. But I say no, 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 no to poverty. Baby, you're down. But I say no, 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 no to poverty. Baby, you're down. But I say no, 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 no to poverty. Baby, you're down. Baby, for me, baby, for me, baby, for me, mi ò lè mú mọ́ra mọ́. Until I see younger, you went. She don't feel me gapa. You want to control me. You want to do me and now when I got my voice, when I got my guitar, when I got my tori. To God be the glory, oh. When I got my voice, when I got my guitar, when I got my tori. To God be the glory, oh. When I say no, 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 no to poverty, oh. Baby, you're not